Oh, excellent.
Good morning. I believe we're live. I'm just looking for the stream link still.
Hey everyone.
Hey, Mill's back.
Yep, we're live.
Can someone post the stream link somewhere? Can't find it anywhere.
Okay, it should be on the events page.
All right, found it.
Yep. I see that breakfast is now for some of us. Alrighty.
Second breakfast for me. Okay, so I see Liam's coming on in a minute.
Mm-hmm.
So I guess for our benefit, I can run through the way I believe things will go today. And Alex, you can fill in if I miss anything or come up with any blatant, flagrant lies. So this is our first, not our first, but our first in a long time policy meeting as defined by the Constitution. Informally, I've been calling it the Policy Congress. So the way we update our electoral policy platform in the Pirate Party is every 12 months at our National Congress, which is what we call our AGM, we formally vote on proposals to amend, update, change, remove, add to our electoral policy platform, which I'll ask Alex to link out in the chat somewhere so people can review it currently as is. And the way the changes work there is over the 2 days, we will extensively debate, propose, discuss, argue, disagree, and eventually maybe start to agree on the proposed changes. And with a general support for those changes at the Congress, those policy motions then go out for a full vote of the whole membership over the following 2 weeks. As well as other things that happen in Congress. The National Congress is the National Council elections, which is our national executive committee, I should say, and various other major decisions as well. So because it's quite a formal process and there's quite a large amount of prep time, and it only happens once a year, as a result, it means we have a fairly strong amount of democratic legitimacy behind our platform. However, it does mean that our platform, our policy platform, can be a little bit static or unflexible at times. And so as of the last National Congress in 2023, we discussed and agreed and decided to start to resurrect the policy meetings, which I'm calling policy congresses because I think it's a bit easier to understand them. And the idea is that the concept is that halfway between national congresses on the 6-month mark, we hold another formal meeting to amend, update, or propose new changes to our policy platform. So here we are. And because of the smaller agenda, it will be running much shorter. We are scheduled to end at about midday today on Sunday, Australian East Coast time. Could be a little bit longer, could be a little bit shorter, depending on how we go. So I think a nice thing to run into next will be the standing orders. Actually, maybe I'll go through. Yeah, I'll go through the standing orders next. Alex, all sound good to you so far?
Absolutely. I will add that we've got time scheduled after lunch, and this isn't necessarily going to be a formal part of the meeting, but we've got time scheduled for some open, less formal discussion. So we might want to talk about, are there policies which we want to say, we're going to defer this up to the Fusion Party, which we are a part of. We might want to have a chat about policies which we need to have in our platform, but which we are missing, policies which we do have, but desperately need an update. And if we've got any time left or any energy left, we might revisit some previous controversial items from earlier in the day or from previous congresses. But we are hoping to get the formalities out of the way before lunch, which will be at 12 o'clock Sydney time, or for those of us in Brisbane, I don't think there's anyone who's presenting right now who's actually in Sydney. For those of us in Brisbane, that will be 11. And
it might be.
And in WA, it will be very early indeed.
I know we do have a few Sydney people in chat as well, following along, and obviously high chance they'll be participating in the discussion. So let's move on to the standing orders now. So I'll get Alex to link them in chat for people following along, and they'll be the same as the National Congress. So a brief reminder there, it's fairly similar to standard meeting procedure. I won't go through all of them, but in general, if you want to make a formal motion, which all members are entitled to, then you're free to do so at any time, and start your statement with all capitals, type out motion, and then the text, and then we'll have a vote on that at the next available opportunity. And you can also have formal comments or questions read out in the stream with capital typing out question or typing out comment, and then we'll also handle that in the flow of conversation. Now, as party president, I will be chairing. Typically, we will, for in-person meetings, we'll appoint a physical chair and a remote chair. As this is entirely remote, that part is somewhat redundant, so we'll only have one chair. And I think that's all the really important stuff. If you want to go through the specific rules, that they are linked in chat now, anyone can have a look. As chair, I will try to minimize my own participation and opinions. I'll throw in an argument or two occasionally, but I'll try to maintain the flow of conversation and keep us to the agenda and move towards resolving issues as they arise. I believe we need to do a vote to adopt the standing orders. The vote will take place in the also for formal remote participation, members can either join via the Discord channel #CongressGeneral. That's available to all members and supporters. Actually, sorry, it's public at the moment. Okay, but all full members are entitled to vote anyway. And obviously, we'd encourage people to follow along. And members are also invited to join the Jitsi stream directly if you want to use audio and video to chat. And we do have some members here or about to join, so that's also another option. And just send a direct message to Alex, the Honourable Secretary, if you want to take that option. So I'm going to launch a vote now to adopt the standing orders. vote started. Traditionally, we would give 2 minutes for a vote. If it's a particularly contentious vote, then the timer might be extended. If it's a particularly uncontroversial vote, such as this one, the timer might be shortened. I've got 4 votes in favour, no votes against. So given this is an uncontroversial one, I'll declare that vote carried. I don't believe we need to vote to adopt the agenda, but I'll run through the agenda anyway. So we're scheduled to start at 9 o'clock. Oh, sorry, 10 o'clock Sydney time, right. So open and housekeeping. I don't believe there's any other major housekeeping items to address. Actually, I probably should mention that even though we're formally just debating and voting on the Australian Pirate Party platform, there is a suggestion going around that we could look at start harmonizing our platform with Fusion, with the Fusion Party. That's not an official agenda item today, but it is a scheduled discussion item to talk about what that could look like. So that'll be for one of the later items. So the agenda, setup, open house scheme, adoption of standing orders, the policy motions. Lunch is scheduled for 12 o'clock Sydney time, and then from 1 p.m. to 4 p.m. policy discussion. I think there's a high chance we'll actually finish significantly early. That would be my preference, but we'll see how things go. So the first policy motion. Actually, I'll quickly go through the proposed motions. So it is too late now to formally put forward any new policies. However, we do have the capacity to make amendments to these policies on the floor. So I'll get Alex to link the proposed motions in chat now, and we'll go into the first motion put by Milspec. Milspec's in chat. Would you like to, Milspec, would you like to introduce PM1 and speak a little bit in its favor?
Hey guys, yeah, sure. So is PM1, which one is PM1? Because I've submitted to Taiwan. Yeah,
the Taiwan one.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So I'll declare my interest up front. I'm a little bit biased on this subject, to be honest, because I was born in Taiwan, but I grew up in Australia, so I migrated here when I was 5. So I have a bit of an affinity for Taiwan, but the way I've written it, hopefully, it comes from a first principles sort of based argument why we should be supportive of Taiwan as a country. So basically, starting off from values and principles, Taiwan is a free and democratic country. They share a lot of common values with Australia. In terms of freedom of press, it's got they're very progressive there as well. So they, for example, have legalized same-sex marriage, one of the first countries in Asia, I believe. And they're basically the population there basically want to self-govern and embrace their democracy. Like if you look at their polls and things like that, there's a majority that are in favor of some sort of independence, whether it's de facto independence or de jure independence, some form of independence. But the obstacle that they face on that path is obviously China. So China is an authoritarian country right on their doorstep. They've got a very complicated history, but essentially there was a civil war, and the outcome of the civil war was that the regional government, the Republic of China, fled to Taiwan, and the new government, the PRC, took control over the mainland. So that was just a bit of history, and ever since then there's been sort of 2 governments in control, one in control over Taiwan and one in control over China. So in a nutshell, the policies for supporting Taiwan on the international arena because they've been diplomatically isolated by China. So organizations such as the WHO, Interpol, also the International Organization for Aerospace Regulation, they've all been excluded from these organizations. So yeah, the idea is we would support them in their bid to join these organizations and also form economic relationships with Taiwan. So allowing them to join the CPTPP, for example, Australia has a vote in that since we are a member of the CPTPP as well. And also, we could potentially have a free trade agreement with them as well. I think that would be beneficial for both Australia and Taiwan if that was the case. Yeah, so that's at a high level. That's what I've put there in that policy, and happy to answer any questions.
So the floor is open now. If anyone has any questions or comments they want to put through. I might start with a suggestion for a small amendment. In the first paragraph, second last sentence, we firmly support Taiwan, a vibrant democracy facing increasing pressure from an authoritarian neighbor. I think that, so obviously that's referring to China is the neighbor. And
Yes.
that sentence should either specifically refer to China or it should not allude to China. Seeing as the whole thing does reference China later in the presentation, I think that sentence should specifically name China as the neighbor.
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
So the wording could look something like be famous for Taiwan, a vibrant democracy facing increasing pressure from its authoritarian neighbor, China, or something like that.
Yeah, absolutely. Happy with that. I tried to be diplomatic, but in terms of, yeah, it's probably better just to spell it out.
Yeah, no, that it's nearly impossible not to mention China in this situation. So may as well just be straightforward and consistent with our messaging throughout it.
Yeah, sounds good.
All right. Do we have any other comments or discussion?
Yeah, so there's when Milsbeck and I were talking through both of these proposals, I wasn't sure if it would be better to have them be part of the primary policy suite or have them be part of the position statement suite. So the position statements cut across and combine multiple aspects of the platform or apply the principles in the main policy to a specific issue. So what we've done is we've written both of these motions to adopt it either as part of a full policy in a certain, under a specific category, or as a standalone position statement. And I think both Milsbeck and I agreed that this one will be better as a position statement because it is so specific, right? We don't have primary level policy about any other country, and it would be kind of weird to, right? So the amendment motion I've got there is to adopt the proposed text as a position statement. And now I will take a pause from speaking so I can minute what I just wrote.
Yeah, that all sounds good to me. I will note a possible exception to that part, policy specific to a country. I think that we should probably have a republic policy, and we don't at present, and that should be primary level policy.
Yeah, so that sounds like a great discussion for our missing policy section this afternoon.
Yes, yep. So,
Yeah.
Go ahead, Milsbeck.
Yeah, it sounds good, Alex. Yeah, I agree. It could be a position statement. Do you have any other examples of other position statements that I could? I can see the link now. Sorry, let me just check that out to see if it would fit in there. Yeah, I think it would. It's they're all sort of on individual issues or topics, so they're sort of standalone issues. What's the sort of philosophy behind a position statement as opposed to a platform policy, if that makes sense?
Oh, we're getting into deep lore here. There's a if you go back about 7 congresses, there's a formal motion which sort of creates the category of position statements. I'll dredge it up for anyone interested. So position statements expand upon and complement the main party platform and policies. So it's policy, but it's sort of like half a level down. So it either combines different parts of existing policies. Some of our early position statements talked about things like our first position statement talked about transgender and intersex issues, and it pulled together a whole bunch of different fragments of policy from other, there was like, oh yeah, part of the health policy talks to this, part of the maybe education policy talks to this, part of this, and it just sort of says, okay, let's pull all of these things together into one statement which addresses that topic, which we've just happened to have split up in a different way. And since then, we've sort of expanded on this to cover a whole swathe of sort of secondary things.
Yeah, fair enough.
To where it gets like very specific, it can be helpful to sort of get into that. So yeah, so okay. So yeah, what I'm proposing is that we adopt this as a position statement because it is, one specific country, and it sort of keeps the primary level platform a little bit more slim as well. It's already pretty chunky.
Yeah, that makes sense. Thanks, Alex.
Okay. We might need a floor vote for that.
I'll put out a final call for anyone wanting to put any more comments or suggestions on this one first.
Yes.
Sorry. I see John has requested to comment. Go ahead, John.
Okay, so I'm struggling with Jitsi at the moment. I'm hoping people can hear me because I've got multiple computers running.
Yeah. Audio and video, John.
Let me see. And I thought I had video on. Oh no, look, it's flashing in. I can see it on.
We can see you well. It's good quality.
Okay. All right. Well, anyway, I suppose my major concern is that in talking about Taiwan, we're getting into the China-US dynamic. And okay, we have to say US is not authoritarian, but by golly, they have some obnoxious things in their foreign policy, and that they're basically having a go at Julian Assange. And we have other parts of our policy, parts of our history that were very much supportive of Julian Assange and very much challenge the way the US is relating to foreign policy overall. Now, I think that a broader thing of saying that individual nations should be able to participate in international institutions as a matter of general principle, that is fair enough. And that's one of the things that MilSpec identifies. But to the extent that we talk about Taiwan, I think we should really be careful to say, we in supporting Taiwan, we don't want to endorse the whole US foreign policy picture because it's just got so many problems. Now, I'm not someone who says that everybody who is against the US is good. You have Russia, you have Syria, there's a handful of things there. But at the same time, you've got, a whole heap of obnoxious foreign policy in Julian Assange and so on. So I'm concerned about getting into that whole, because we are supporting Taiwan explicitly and separately, that means we're sort of implicitly also supporting US foreign policy. So, that's my concern. And I suppose I'm not sure whether I'm going to abstain or vote against, but to my way of thinking, while we can certainly endorse the ability of individual nations to participate in international institutions, and they shouldn't be quashed in doing that, we can certainly support Taiwan there. To take it broader than that, I think is problematic. And if we do support Taiwan, I think we have to be very careful and say, look, we don't want to get pulled into the thing of, because we're pro-Taiwan, that means we're anti-China, and therefore that means we're pro-US, and that's a problematic chain for me to go down. But as I say, if things are worded carefully, I might even support them, but that's my major item of problem. And I'll leave it at that. I'll try not to get into a to and fro or argument or whatever. But anyway, thank you for letting me speak.
Thanks, John. I think there's a request from Jed B to speak. Oh, sorry, or comments from Jed B.
Yeah, I imagine Jed's typing at the moment.
Okay, in that case, we'll go to Liam to speak next.
Can you hear me fine?
Yep.
Yeah. Personally, I do not think there is anything in the proposed Taiwan policy there that in any way implies any support of US foreign policy. I think this is a case of, hey, if the US happens to support what we support, then, I mean, a broken clock is right twice a day. It's not, to me, an issue. Suggesting that we support the US foreign policy completely just because we happen to support Taiwan, to me, is a very slippery slope. Perhaps we can make an explicit statement in here that's very clear about how this support for Taiwan is, simply put, an extension of our existing policies. But I mean, we've kind of got that in the very first sentence. We're not supporting Taiwan because they're Taiwan. We're not supporting Taiwan because of any particular thing to do with the history of the nation. And quite frankly, we don't care about all that. We simply care that they are a nation that is being unfairly excluded from the, well, how would you put it? The global framework, global institutions, because one other powerful country is really butthurt about it. So perhaps there's something we can add to here to make it that more explicit. But like, look, the fact of the matter is, we may not like a lot of what the US is doing, though I do think the Assange thing is perhaps a bit of a thing we need to get past, because again, it's not like we support Assange as the individual person, because let's be honest, he's a bit of a dick. We're supporting that because of the fact of what he was doing as a journalist, not, and because of the issues with infringement on journalistic rights and so forth. We're not supporting Assange because he is Assange. We're not putting him above any other journalist. He's just the journalist who happens to be in the position. I mean, honestly, I've always thought that Witness K and so forth would be much better examples for us if we want to jump onto those things, but that's neither here nor there for this policy. I will agree with what Jeb B's saying, that like we may wish to avoid language like stand with Taiwan, since that may imply getting involved in the event of a war, though to be perfectly honest, we probably will get involved in the event of a war. Jeb B is also saying here, the other thing that came to mind was considering calling formal diplomatic relations with Taiwan. Transgenders often pursue relationships. Number of countries that actually have formal diplomatic relations with Taiwan right now is small. Yes, entirely agree, Jeb. That is something that we should most certainly be pushing for. It's a natural extension of what we're saying here, really. And if is that not explicitly stated already? Believe in form of professional relationships. You're right, we don't explicitly say it. So yeah, that should be in here as well. I agree.
Yeah, I haven't specifically mentioned anything about formal diplomatic relations or, I've especially worded language such as formally recognize the independence of Taiwan or anything like that, because I feel like that could be a little bit too forward-leaning, but happy to update it if that's a sentiment of the party as well. I was kind of cautious.
I mean, to be fair here, I think perhaps what matters most is what Taiwan wants in that sense, and I believe who they just elected was the candidate who preferred to be formally independent.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
Yeah. So, like, if they'd elected one of the other candidates who are more like maintain the current polite fiction, that'd be one thing. But if they're themselves angling for formal as part to just de facto independence, then yeah, that should. I think it would be reasonable to add.
Yeah, so the candidate there comes from a pro-independence background, but he's also promised that he'll keep things more or less the same as the previous president. So their party stance is there's no need to declare independence because Taiwan is already independent. So they've sort of approached it from that angle. I've put there in the first paragraph there that self-determination is a human right, and the future of Taiwan should be determined by the Taiwanese people. I think that sort of puts it back on them as opposed to making a judgment call on the topic, on that specific topic. But in terms of in terms of the other things, we're sort of supporting the inclusion in international organizations, but we're not directly stating that we have a stance on whether they are or they're not independent. So it depends how like which way we want to lean. Like we could lean a bit more forward, or we could even sort of hedge our bets with, Australia has a one China policy, and we can talk a bit about how that fits in the whole thing. So it really depends on how forward leaning or backwards leaning we want to be on this topic as well. So pretty open-minded to that.
I mean, I personally would not support putting in something like a one China policy. To me, that is taking away from the self-determination, and it is, from my perspective, imposing a fiction.
Yeah,
a polite fiction though it may be, but a fiction on
I agree.
the current situation.
Yeah, definitely. That's my opinion as well. Absolutely. Can I just respond quickly to John? Thanks for your feedback, John. And I agree. We want to sort of simultaneously support Taiwan, but also support whistleblowers like Assange as well. So that, if you like, we could add something in there to that effect, or is there a sentence in there that is sort of bothering you a bit in terms of sort of alignment with the US in general? So I've got in the third paragraph there, Australia, alongside regional partners like the United States, South Korea, Japan, and the Philippines, can promote stability and unity. So it sort of recognizes America as a regional partner, but also enhancing military cooperation with allies, like sort of in general as a group, via joint exercises to bolster deterrence and maintain peace. Is that sort of where you might have an issue with, John?
Okay, I'm fiddling with multiple computers at the moment, but okay, that's muted. Okay, so going to that, I suppose the sentiment that might keep me happy is something like, note in recognizing the positive things that the US may at times do, we also recognize their problematic foreign policy and the way they're treating Assange. So that for the sakes of this, we separate out the issues, sort of adding a sentence that explicitly distances ourselves from the broader US foreign policy package. That would be a good thing. But also, we're talking about making it a position statement. And I think that, as Alex was saying earlier, to have a position statement on one particular country. I mean, look, for me, I have Lithuanian heritage, so implicitly I sort of support Ukraine, but I'm not running around saying that we should have a position statement on the Ukraine war, or even a policy statement, or a position statement, I should say. So I suppose, yes, we can certainly say, look, self-determination, the prerogative of nations to participate in international institutions without, I guess, bullies stopping them. Because what I guess I'm trying to say is, look, China is clearly a bully in this case, and that's undeniable. But the US are also bullies at times in different ways, in different places. So for me, that's the sort of the problem there. But if we explicitly say something like, the US has a demonstrated dubious record in foreign policy, nevertheless, they can at times do good, and this may be one place where they can. Words like that, at least one sentence where we're explicitly separating ourselves from the broader US story. But let's say if we have a single sentence like that and turn it into a position statement, then I guess I think I would be happy with that change. But having said that, look, I'm putting my case forward, and it's not a hill I wish to die on. And if the majority of people here and the majority of the general membership want to run with your idea, I'm not going to challenge that. It's not. I feel strongly enough to disagree with it publicly here, but it's not a core issue for me either. I mean, overall, the Pirate Party can do what it wants within reason. But but I'll leave it at that for the present. So. And again, I somehow managed to remove myself from Jitsi, so I can't see myself on Jitsi, so I'm all very confused. But anyway, I'll stop talking now.
So if I can respond to that again, I personally feel like adding a line like that is an unnecessary tangent and detracts from the overall strength of the position statement. I feel like if we need to make an explicit statement about how we condemn certain aspects of US foreign policy, I feel that should be its own position statement. And that would be fair. And if you would want to write something up to that effect, then I think a lot of people in the party would welcome that sort of a statement. But I think including it here when the statement is about Taiwan specifically, and then going on a tangent for us to talk about the US is distracting from the main point and takes away from the strength of the statement. I'll also jump on something you said there, though. The Ukraine war. If we don't have an official statement like condemning Russia for their invasion and their efforts here in effectively working against the will of the people through military force. I mean, heck, yes, we should have a statement like that. It would be perfectly in line with this statement and with what you're saying in being against these kinds of imperialistic policies, and that is 100% what Russia's doing here. So yeah, I think statements on both being against US or certain aspects of US foreign policy and being very against these kinds of imperialistic foreign policies would be highly appropriate.
To give a little bit of context there, the or more general context, I guess, the Pirate Party has always very strongly criticized the US, and I think I strongly agree with Liam that it's quite unfair the way that criticisms of China will often be, or Chinese foreign policy will often be deflected by accusations that the US is doing it too, or the US is worse. But in the Pirates, in the history of the movement, right from the start, it was very explicitly against aspects of US foreign policy. And through the entire history of the movement, we have focused on issues with the US exporting their politics and their foreign policy to the world predominantly through draconian copyright laws, but also through international spying and breaches of human rights. That consistently, the Pirate Party has been at the forefront of criticism of the US and is really at the core of what we do politically. And so, to that extent, any kind of criticism we might throw in the way of China is something that has fully consistent with our politics and our position on civil rights, which stretches back several decades and long postdates us already criticizing the US.
Yeah, thanks everyone. Thanks Liam and Miles and John as well. So, I'm open-minded. I was initially, open to sort of putting something in there about that, but I can see where Liam and Miles is coming from in terms of it could be a bit of a distraction here as well. So I think we already do have a position on Assange, and I think on the Russia topic, didn't we do something on that with the international pirates or something like that as well, Miles? So
Yeah,
I think we've taken a stance there as well. So maybe we could just leave those in their respective areas without linking them here.
Yeah, a comment from the chat from V, International Pirate, saying it is a perilous move, but it is always a good idea to make position statements for independent countries who are on the same viewpoint of our core values as pirates. And also a comment from Jeb that when it comes to supporting and not supporting countries with foreign policy statements like this, less is more. And yeah, I'm again inclined to agree with that. I think small, focused policy statements, but more policy statements is preferable to trying to put in every possible angle into a single position statement or policy statement.
Yeah, no worries. And Jeb's got a comment in the chat as well about avoiding
No, that's the one I
language.
just read out.
There was one a bit earlier on.
Oh,
About
I see. So yeah.
with Taiwan. So he says we may wish to avoid language like stand with Taiwan, since that may imply getting involved in the event of China-Taiwan war starting back up. Oh, sorry, you did talk about that previously, about how it's probably likely we'll somehow get pulled into that as well by our relationship with the US, I suppose. I think he's talking about the last sentence. So by standing with Taiwan, Australia not only upholds its democratic values, but also contributes to a global movement championing democracy and human rights in the face of authoritarian challenges. So, I'm open to rephrasing that if you like as well. So we could say by supporting Taiwan, or by yeah. Are there any other words that would sort of satisfy you, Jeb, on that, if that's the paragraph that you're referring to?
Are you sure you're not confusing Jed and John? Maybe you'll talk. Sure you're not confused?
I'm sure Jed will be busy typing right now. Okay, so let's just for bookkeeping purposes, let's just keep track of all of our proposed changes so far. I need to change the text of the motion to say yes, this is definitely a position statement, not a subset of the platform. Basically, where do I transclude this text in the wiki? We had a change from Miles to say that the authoritarian neighbor is indeed China. We had a long discussion with John about saying, hey, look, let's not take this as support for the US. I think we've gone over that. And we've now got the comment from Jed B. Switching out standing with Taiwan for supporting Taiwan is probably about the best that can be done with what's in the statement, since there's a lot of other references to supporting Taiwan in there. Yeah, I think that's probably
yeah, I'll be okay with that. I think to me it kind of means the same thing, but if it's a little bit less confrontational in a war kind of setting, then let's put support in there instead.
I definitely think it's definitely worded more strongly as it is now, probably better as well. But yeah, I don't see the degree that Jed does, but yeah, I would be happy to support that change. Yeah, you're welcome for wikifying the references. That was an hour of my life that I'm not getting back, but that's all right.
Thanks, mate.
Okay. Shall we do this as two motions then, if we agree on the text? I'm sort of taking control of what's going on here because I'm the one who has to minute all this.
We just a reminder that we if Milspec can accept any amendments, sidestepping any need for a vote. So I'm assuming that. So just to rewind a little bit, do we have you formally minuted all the proposed amendments?
So we've got. So hang on. So I'm trying to minute them as a means of keeping track of them, which is why I'm speaking it, so in case I've missed something. So proposed amendments, explicitly mention China in paragraph 1. Standing with to supporting in the final paragraph.
And just for the minutes, can we, Milspec, can you confirm you formally accept each of these amendments as Alex reads them out?
Yep.
Yeah.
And then I'm not sure if we came to consensus on the US stuff. So John's issues.
I don't.
Yeah.
It sounds to me like John had a specific proposal there, just a general concern. John, did you have a specific amendment you wanted to propose?
Okay, well, I'll just try typing something in. Hang on.
Okay, well,
Going to keep the proposed amendments at the minutes are going to be slightly out of order here. I'm going to keep the proposed amendments at the Okay, we're waiting on John for that. While John's typing, there's a follow-up comment from Jed B, which was Jed's personal preferences to be more neutral in foreign policy, and to call for opening formal diplomatic relations with Taiwan and let the follow-on effects from that speak for itself. Less is more, but that's a very different set of text.
that's an interesting one, Jeff. I think, like in my opinion, opening formal diplomatic relations is akin to recognizing the nationhood, which is, like, to me, probably an even stronger position than what I've put here. But I would agree with you personally. I guess I was erring on the side of being a bit more conservative with my writing, but to me, I'm okay with that. So if you want to put that to a vote, maybe after John's one, if you want to write something up, we could even put that to a vote to include that as well.
Okay, and we've got the proposal from John. So at the end of paragraph 3, add the US is a problematic foreign policy record, and we do not endorse their broader position, but we recognize the possibility of positive contributions here. Okay. No spec out there. For the record, how many of these proposals
Yeah.
are you
Yeah,
adopting? I'll paste all of them in chat, actually.
Okay, sure.
Numbered.
I'll wait for your paste and then I'll give the approval. So happy with 1, explicitly mention China in paragraph 1. Happy with 2, which is replacing standing with to supporting in the final paragraph. With 3, I think I could support 3 if we were a bit more specific. So where it says we do not endorse their broader position, I feel like that's it's very easy for someone to misconstrue that. So they might sort of they might think broader position is referring to the US-Taiwan relations at the moment. And I'm happy to put that to a vote as well. So, given what Liam and Miles has said earlier, maybe less is more. So we could potentially put that to a vote as well. So 1 and 2, yes. 3, maybe, kind of thing.
So you're requesting that number 3 go to a vote.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, so there's some. That'll be some fun wiki edits. Okay. Chair, we have a vote requested.
Thank you. So what we'll do now is get a specific wording for the motion. And hang on a second. Jed says he's declining putting it to a vote. Is that the motion that we're voting on, or is that a different one?
No, we're voting on John's addition.
Okay. Well, if there's no further comment, which there is, doesn't look like it, let's put the motion. I'd invite John to. Actually, I'll take that as starting it. So let's start voting on John's amendment. I'll give this another minute. Okay, stop voting there. That motion fails. Do we have any other amendments to put forward?
Yeah, my motion to say yes, this is definitely a position statement, not a policy.
Do we need to do a motion on that, or can we just do that by fire?
I'm going to minute it as a motion because it's the actual changing the motion. It's changing the actual policy motion text.
Okay.
But
let's put it to. We don't need to put it to a vote, do we?
if
You don't need to put it to a vote
agrees,
if
then
that's
sure.
accepted by Milspec.
Okay, cool.
Well, technically, since it's a procedural thing, I'm not sure Milspec can actually. Yeah, I guess, seeing as it's it is technically still under the banner of a policy change.
Yeah.
Yeah, happy with that, guys. But I welcome anyone to speak up if they've got dissenting views on this. But without that, I'm happy to yeah, just go ahead with that change.
Okay, so with the consent of, okay. The chair could ask for opposition, and then in the absence of any, declare it carried.
Well, does anyone have opposition to us setting this up as a position statement rather than a formal policy? Bear in mind the definition of policy is the top level substantive and discrete items that we want to take to an election, whereas position statements are very, very specific, focused. They tend to be based on issues of interest at the time or focusing on specific countries. So I'm in favor. Alex is in favor. That it would make sense as a position statement. Okay, well, I declare that motion carried without opposition. So,
Cool.
I
Okay,
think
there's a number of changes I need to make to the wiki now, but that's all expected.
would it be possible for you to link the motions for us to review them as you update them? The live minutes.
Yeah, sure.
Thanks.
I'll link the I'll pop the pad in the chat. I don't think there's any real vandalism risk right now. So that's all good.
Okay, I think the last thing to do now is to put the motion to a floor vote.
Yes, hang on. Can I request a brief pause just so I can apply the edits?
Would you like
and
us
then
to
we
go on break for 10 minutes?
5 will be more than sufficient.
Okay, well let's take a 5-minute break then, just to deal with that.
Yeah.
I don't think we need to vote for that.
No, I literally just want to make the 3 changes that need to. Actually, I'll do it live. Okay. So I'll post in the chat. So I'll post in the chat the wiki link so you can see the diff. And then, so that's that. And then interested members can see the diff for the actual motion. There we go. And I'll close the door to my room.
I'm streaming. Yes, on.
Okay. So hopefully with that, members can see the difference in the text, and they can see the difference in the motion. Because, you know, we use wiki technology and it has diffs, incredible.
What a wonderful thing for the human species.
And with that, I'm ready to go.
Might just quickly refill my drink before we. I'll start the vote first. So what we're going to do now is have a floor vote on whether the position statement, formerly known as PM1, but I assume now to become PS1, or maybe we keep it as PM1. So we'll vote on whether we approve it, then it'll go out to a general vote of members. Final chance for people to comment on or propose any amendments before we move on to a vote. Okay, let's take it to a vote. Give that one 2 minutes. Okay, I'm going to stop voting there. That motion passes. Okay, the next order of business is PM2. So I'll invite everyone to, I'll ask Alex to link that in chat, and I'll invite everyone to have a bit of a squiz at it. Give me 1 second to bring it up. So PM2 low Earth orbit satellite broadband. Neil Spec, this one's yours.
All right. So this is one that I've been thinking about for a while. So it sort of came to me as something that is quite important, geostrategic or strategic as a strategic asset. So basically, the context is that in the recent Ukraine and Russia conflict, it's become really evident that it's important to have internet communication in times of war. And basically, countries like Russia, China, and others have been looking at technologies to sever undersea cables. And China, in particular, has severed communication cables around Kinmen, which is an island of Taiwan off the coast of China. So they've demonstrated that they've got the capability. And so, the question is, can we establish a network that will help us maintain communications in a time of conflict? But also, in addition to that, I think it would have a really positive impact on our economy, and I think it does fit within the pirate framework because it's related to that technology piece, and it's about giving everyone access to the internet as well. So, we've got the NBN program, obviously, but there are significant costs to push that out to the regional areas in terms of fiber. So, let's look at alternative technologies to provide broadband. We've got, as part of the NBN program, we do have satellite broadband, but that's at the higher level orbits, the geostationary orbits, just covering Australia, which increases the latency because the signal has to travel longer. So the benefit of a low Earth orbit satellite network as opposed to that is that you have much faster internet in terms of latency. But the sort of the drawback to that is that you need a lot more satellites in orbit to provide that 24/7 coverage. So that's where the allies would come in. So the idea is we would treat this as a multilateral project where we can work together with like-minded nations like Japan, South Korea, Taiwan, Canada, United States. Other countries might include New Zealand as well. They've got a fledgling space program as well. Maybe the UK, whichever country you can pick a line. I've listed a few there as an example. But that would share the costs, but also it would give them that capability as the satellite pass over their countries as well. And yeah, I think the third angle to that is it would help our fledgling space industry as well. So a few years ago, we as in the government has established the Australian Space Agency. But there are articles coming through late last year saying that they're facing several budget cuts and they don't really have a direction in terms of a project that they can really sink their teeth into. So this can sort of tie in with our science policy as well, where we do want to fund the sciences, we do want to fund innovation and technology such as space technology. So I think this would be a great program for our national space program to sort of sink their teeth into, and it could be a stepping stone towards future missions, such as missions to Mars or missions to the Moon, which we could also do collaboratively with these like-minded nations as well. So yeah, welcome welcome everyone to comment and provide counterpoints.
So we do have a few people lined up to speak on this one. The first from Jed B is a comment. Milspec, how did you manage to write in an era defined by technological advancement with Australia stands at the forefront of innovation with a straight face? I'm going to take that as a question. Milspec, do you want to respond to that?
Sure. It's a good one, Jeb. So obviously, we are, I think Australia, I wouldn't say is the most innovative country, but we do have areas where we are good at. So, at one stage we were leaders in the world of hypersonic flight. For example, my University of New South Wales was really pioneering in that area. We also have we also are doing pioneering work in the quantum space, quantum computing, for example. We also, I think we invented Wi-Fi, didn't we? So as a country, which unfortunately, a lot of our innovations and ideas, they don't take off in Australia because there is a bit of a lack of funding or both private and public funding for the space, which I would encourage more of. But this is that sort of ties into this, like, if we want more innovation in Australia and technological advancement, then we've got to support engineers and scientists working in these fields to give them the funding that they need to make these contributions. But happy to reword that. I think maybe that sentence is probably not even super necessary. The first part of that sentence is probably not super necessary. So we could cut that out if it's distracting for people.
I want to quickly reply to that as well. I think acknowledging Jed's point that we do have a lot of stagnation in this country, especially political stagnation, but also there's a lot of economic stagnation. There's a lot of stagnation in terms of innovation and technology. But despite that, we do have a highly educated population. We have incredible natural resources. We have quite a wealthy country. So we have all the potential to be an incredibly innovative and technologically advanced nation. Many benefits and advantages there, which we could make use of. And we who are on the forefront of advocating for more technology uptake and more science and development, we're well placed, I think, to be at the forefront of that change. So Jed replied, "It's not really a matter of reworking it, just my sheer disbelief in light of what happened with the NBN." Now, I think Liam is next in the speaking queue. Liam wants to offer some counterpoints.
Yeah, so I want to state up front that in terms of the concrete reforms suggested at the end, I am actually in favour of those, but there's a few things that I think we need to keep in mind with the preamble text that we would want to address in a bit more detail, because this kind of low Earth orbit satellite network is one of those things where there's a lot of potential unintended consequences that we need to be aware of, not just environmental, but also socioeconomic and cultural, and I guess security as well. First off, if this is being some kind of multilateral project, we do need to recognize that this is likely going to be a vector for government surveillance that's going to be pretty much unavoidable, especially if it's being treated as a strategic asset. I've always hated the idea that people are going to have to pay for privacy. And if this is established as essentially the broadband network of first resort for the average person in peacetime, at least in the countries that would support it, then you would have a lot of people who are now going to be subject to very easy surveillance. John A. has already brought up in the chat another point I was going to make. LEO satellites are a huge problem for astronomy and our view of the night sky. That's not just a problem for space research, but it's also a problem for a lot of cultural groups. It's a problem for a lot of animals that depend on their view of the night sky being unobstructed. It's potentially even a problem for navigation. It's though theoretically you would be using the satellites to be able to do that, but there's quite a number of Earth research work that is actually very concerned about the impacts of these satellites. As it is, if you've got satellites higher up that are being used to take like satellite photography, you're already having to account for the low Earth satellites below you and how that's going to impact on the photographs you're taking and how that's impacting on your research. So what else was there? Oh, right. So preprint published late last year looked into some of the environmental costs in terms of like if this was just being used as providing broadband, and essentially found that like worst case scenario, you're potentially looking at 31 to 91 times higher than the equivalent terrestrial mobile broadband in terms of carbon emissions, which is very worrying. Especially given that these low Earth orbit satellites don't necessarily have that long of an individual lifespan. And it does make me wonder if what we need before we go on to this sort of project is a better launch system, one that's not going to be so reliant on chemical rockets and so forth. End of mission stuff's always a huge concern, making sure they're all being deorbited, but also just the potential for cascading failures, by which I mean you only need one rogue nation, one hostile operator to put in one big bang, and potentially then it's not just our network that's gone, it's every network that's gone. And you'd like to think that people wouldn't be that short-sighted, but hey, they've let climate change get to this point, so it would not surprise me if some nation that just did not care went along and did that. There's a lot of geopolitical risks from this. I do think that if it is going to exist, it needs to exist at some sort of international level. And honestly, this is the kind of thing that it probably should be managed by the United Nations and be kept as a piece of common infrastructure for the common good. Now, is that realistic in the current world geopolitical climate? I don't honestly think so. But in an ideal world, that is what you would probably want to see happen. So I'm certainly not opposed to doing more research into this, and absolutely it is something that should get more research. And I think any feasibility study is probably going to latch on to we need better launch mechanisms. We need to have strong control over what satellites are using this space so that we can sustainably manage the space without impacting too badly on cultures, on the environment, etc. But I think how to put this, I think it's good that we're thinking about this sort of stuff early. I think a risk is that we've already seen the ultra rich trying to rush into it before it's ready, and that's a very common thing right now, where we have the ultra rich rushing into various technologies before they're actually ready, without considering the broader socioeconomic, cultural, and environmental consequences of those technologies.
Yeah, thanks, Liam. Thanks for that. Really good points that you've raised, and agree with a lot of that, and also agree with a lot of the comments in the chat as well. So let's start off with surveillance. So I've got a sentence in there that actually talks a little bit about surveillance, but it actually sort of has it as a feature. So by offering navigation services, encrypted military communications, and potential surveillance capability, Australia can contribute to regional stability while countering the influence of other global players. So it's almost like a secondary feature in terms of military surveillance. Um, we could potentially take that out, or we could put some caveats on that about um, restricting the use to military use only, and they're not to use it for surveilling citizens, or something to that effect. Or we could potentially just cut that out. Or we could even put in a sentence to say that we're going to explicitly exclude surveillance capabilities in that as well. So I'm open to any of those as well.
We have some discussion going in the Discord chat. There's a question from Andrew D. Pirate. How are surveillance implications of this any different from the NBN today? It's a good discussion question, I think.
Are you talking about surveillance of internet traffic there, Andrew, or are you talking about more like having cameras, optical electronic devices on the satellites? Because that's what I was thinking Liam was referring to. In terms of surveillance of internet traffic, I think there's probably not much difference. The government
I
will
mean, the
already know.
United States can't exactly easily tap into the NBN network unless they're explicitly invited to, I'd imagine. There's a bit of a difference in having this as a shared multilateral infrastructure as opposed to being a single nation's infrastructure accessible only physically within that nation. So yeah, Jeb B's already said that as well. Looks like a difference from the NBN today is you have many more countries vying for surveillance and control of speech. Andrew going risk not from tech per se, but partnerships. Honestly, I'd actually be interested in looking into that a bit more deeply in terms of, is there more of a risk when you've got something like a satellite as opposed to the other infrastructure? Because I would have to imagine that there's in terms of tracing an individual, would a satellite in low Earth orbit that's servicing a relatively small region make things more trackable? I mean, compared to whatever it is we connect to right now on NBN, I don't really know, to be perfectly honest.
Yeah, I would like to look into it a bit more detail as well, Liam. I think in terms of geographically locating you, it's probably no worse than connecting to a node on an NBN network. They'll know geographically where you are anyway. In terms of, but they raise a good point about whether or not other countries would be able to surveil us instead of just Australia being able to surveil us, and whether that got an impact on security or privacy for our citizens. I'm not sure about that. I think because we're also interconnected anyway. it's really a global network. So any government that is hooked onto that network is going to be able to potentially clear traffic over the thought. We've got encryption that works against that, that protects you against that. But
I mean, I do think the management of any network along these lines would need to be explicitly, like, there would need to be treaties.
yeah,
I mean, as it is, have we even ratified the Outer Space Treaty? Which countries haven't ratified it? I know there's a bunch.
yeah, I'm not sure.
But I mean, I
That's
think you
sort of
would.
where I was going with the second point of the proposal. So we've got 2 dot points there. So I'm not with the way it's written at the moment. We're not specifically starting the program. We're doing 2 things, which is establish funding to do a feasibility study, and then secondly is establish a multinational dialogue. So it's sort of like a conference or some sort of meeting of minds to establish that framework or the treaty that will govern a potential future network. So it's really sort of just the initial planning and dialogue stages of this.
I'll just double check. No, we have ratified the Outer Space Treaty. There's another space treaty then that I'm not thinking of that hasn't been ratified. But I mean, in any case, I feel like it's a kind of a separate, or needs to be a separate treaty. I think so many of the treaties formed back then are like a good baseline, but with how things have changed since then, they do need to be updated. Andrew going, visual ground surveillance from orbit involves considerable expense and special optical equipment that would add massively to the cost of every satellite. I mean, I don't think they'd add visual ground surveillance to these kinds of satellites, or you'd like to hope not. My impression is that the spy satellites normally go up higher. But then again, of course, if you've got all these networks of satellites in low Earth orbit, that's going to impact on the ability of those high orbit spy satellites to take photos that aren't impacted by all the satellites passing under them. So yeah, I could certainly see some countries wanting to add that sort of thing.
What do you guys think about deleting that sentence then? So sort of the third last paragraph, I've got a sentence in there about offering navigation services, encrypted military communications, and potential surveillance capability. Australia can contribute to regional stability while cutting the influence of other global players.
I mean, it feels a bit odd for pirates to be talking about the positives of a policy being that we can add surveillance capabilities.
Yeah. Because I come from a defense background, so that's sort of
there is
came
small benefit
naturally to me,
research
but in
surveillance as well.
hindsight, maybe we can remove it. Yeah. So
Yeah, I mean, I guess what got me when I was initially reading it was the second last paragraph, because we were only really considering the environmental impact of essentially debris and not the environmental impacts of the system in terms of putting these in place and then maintaining them in place, as well as the foreseeable risks of disaster, either by accident or by intentional action from a hostile actor.
yeah, yep. So that last paragraph was actually a result of there was a bit of discussion in the chat from like the weeks leading up to this about the environmental impacts and sort of the potential for adding to that the problem of space debris. So that's why I've sort of added that in there as a result of that discussion.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely a massive concern. It's one that doesn't get enough public attention. There are also the other issues there that probably
So
aren't
in terms
discussing
of the carbon impact of launches, it really depends on what fuel they use. So if they use hydrogen and oxygen, that just produces water vapor. So that will be obviously less carbon intensive than if they use methane, which I believe is what SpaceX uses. We could potentially have a sentence in there about we would account for the carbon emissions when during a design phase to select for the most optimum fuel, um, while accounting for carbon emissions, if that makes sense. So, if carbon is, I don't know, X dollars per ton, we could calculate that as a cost of that launch and bake that into which fuel selection we're going to use.
Jeb, a lot of this keeps coming back to needing to look into better launch technologies, and yeah, it's a lot of the feasibility of this sort of thing does come back to that. I agree. I mean, I remember when we used to talk about space elevators and so forth, and I have no idea if they're even considered viable. But Andrew, going, if we went the route of literally shooting solid-state satellites into Earth orbit, then if existing satellites are destroyed, replacing them could be quite rapid. I have heard of that idea for the shooting, like literally shooting them, which has been somewhat interesting. I think replacing ones that are intentionally deorbited is one thing, but when they are literally destroyed, creating debris, that makes it much harder. Like there's so I guess one of the concerns here is that there is a finite amount of space in space, effectively. And I can certainly understand the concept of wanting to get there first before other nation states do, or for that matter, before lots of commercial organizations start taking up the space for their own ends. I mean, personally, I really don't think SpaceX should have been putting things up there quite the way they did. The idea of a commercial organization effectively owning space just because they managed to throw stuff up there first, because of really what the lack of regulation of space effectively. I'm really not comfortable with that.
Great.
Space elevators still in the unobtainium tech launch tech category. Plenty of other ideas. Yeah.
Yeah. So on the topic of launch technologies, I specifically sort of didn't mention any particular technology because I wanted to keep it technology agnostic. We could talk about space guns and launching from aircraft and things like that. But I think
I
that
think
sort of
it's entirely fair to be technology agnostic, but at the same time, I think we can mention searching for alternative launch technologies which will have reduced environmental impacts.
sure, yeah.
But I guess what the policy is lacking is the environmental cost of the satellites just being there in the first place. How does it impact on humanity when all of these things are up there? How does it impact on animals and so forth when all of these things are up there?
If we wanted to be very environmental with this, we could potentially have a statement in there about removing space debris. So, there are already hundreds of bits out there, maybe thousands. We could have a policy where for each satellite we put up, we remove one unused satellite. We deorbit one unused satellite that's been lingering out there, which, will dramatically increase the cost of this network. I don't even know if we currently have deorbiting technologies. I think there are people working on it, but if that would sort of satisfy the environmental view, we could have something in there about that as well.
I mean, I feel like appropriate deorbiting technologies is probably going to be a necessary requirement to sustainably putting these kinds of networks up there in the first place. I mean, SpaceX doesn't seem to be particularly concerned about where things crash, and the Chinese government certainly haven't been concerned about where their own stuff crashes. But you need to make sure that when these things do come down, they come down in a controlled way. Because, I mean, what's the expected lifespan for these satellites?
I think 2 years. So they're still working on the regulation, but what they're working on is that after a few years they naturally deorbit due to orbital decay.
Yeah, I mean it's enough to make me wonder if part of the issue here is that people are going, oh well, we need absolute low latency, yada yada yada. And it's like, if this is a backup network and one for security purposes, maybe a network of higher up satellites which won't be deorbiting so frequently, which don't need us to launch things so regularly, might actually better serve us. Like, how much broadband capacity do you need for a network like this if the primary purpose that's being sold for is defense purposes? Or if it's for people to maintain contact. So, I mean, if as wonderful as it would be to give everyone the equivalent of highest speed broadband, if the objective is just to make sure people can actually stay in contact with society, they probably don't need 4K streaming video. But what they do need is the ability to get access to weather information and to get access to even just basic things like email.
Yeah,
Perhaps we
true.
need to think like, where is the actual baseline that we should be thinking about? Even for military communications, I imagine a lot of military, given that it's aiming at like being as robust as possible, is probably actually using a lot smaller bandwidth requirements for the urgent data, would be my guess. Low latency means real-time remote control, which has military consequences. So that's true. That's low latency control for things like drones and so forth. But at the same time, if you're launching these networks and they're primarily for use within your own country, then you're probably not going to be launching that many drones in this way.
Yeah, so one counterpoint might be that by putting them in low Earth orbit as opposed to higher orbits, they actually deorbit by themselves. So you're not leaving like a mark on the environment that's going to be there for hundreds of years. It's more a couple of years, and if you don't keep sending them up, then they'll naturally burn up in the atmosphere.
Jeb D does Jed B does point out there's an argument that saying that needs a lot of space launches to maintain is beneficial because it then supports cheaper space launches for other purposes. I mean, I guess yes and no, because I guess the problem is if something's designed to cheaply launch stuff into low Earth orbit, it's probably not going to be particularly useful for launching stuff into much higher orbits. And most of our other big things require getting stuff much higher. If we want to be doing like asteroid mining or whatever, we're not. we're not going to be satisfied with the low Earth orbit.
Yes and no, right? Because like
globally, not locally.
one LEO satellite launch is probably going to shove a bunch of satellites up. I take it that rocket equation says that you've got to chuck a lot further, that you need a lot more fuel to chuck them further, but you've still got a fair chunk of mass that you're putting up there with frequent LEO launch, and it's probably a fair bit less mass or payload mass going further. So I think it sort of works out.
Yeah. Are we sort of at the position where we want to sort of take this away and work on it for a bit longer and then come back? Or do you think a lot of these concerns can be addressed by sort of motions and amendments? What's the sentiment here?
At the very least, we should have a floor vote on it today. And if that fails, then take it away, keep working on it. My sense isn't that I don't think it's likely to fail. Although there's a lot of criticism of it, I think it's mostly on real implications without prejudicing the vote. But I think it's worth having that vote anyway. So the discussion seems to be slowing down a bit. But before we do that, does anyone have any amendments they want to propose?
And I feel like I don't have personally sufficient knowledge of some of these issues to offer an appropriate amendment. I know these issues exist. I feel, but it's outside my personal area of expertise. I'd like some sort of statement in there on the broader environmental issues related to launches, on potentially something about the socio-economic and cultural considerations, because there are both positives and negatives. Though, to be fair, if we're putting this more as a public project, some of those are not as big a factor, because many of those issues are more about if essentially if we're allowing corporations to control space, and this position is certainly not in favor of that. So, I mean, I wouldn't be opposing the motion myself. To clarify, is this a position statement or a policy statement?
Well, that's where my amendment comes in. So I have the same amendment proposal as for the previous one, because I do think that this would be probably easier. I mean, this one could be a policy statement, but it's a lot of text for 2 dot points. So I'm going to propose this equivalent motion level amendment to the previous one, which is say, let's make this a position statement.
I mean, as a position statement, I'd be willing to vote in favor of it right now, because even though there's definitely things that could be tweaked, it's not a like one. I feel kind of like once it's policy, it's very firm. When it's still position, it's like, yeah, we've realized that a bit more needs to be done on this, and that we're still tinkering with it, but here's our general feelings about the issue.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I agree.
So,
and I mean, John, I am still concerned about governments controlling space as well, but hence why I was talking about the idea of it being a public good, and I mean, ideally being controlled by, say, a UN agency under treaty or something, as opposed to I mean, that is kind of getting aside from the specific purpose that this one was proposed as, which was a defense thing, which obviously is not going to be possible if it was under the auspices of the UN or some similar multilateral body.
Okay, so administratively, I think the only specific text that I've got proposed so far is what's in my head. I don't think anyone other than me has proposed specific textual amendments, though I suppose I could scroll back through the large number of notes I've got here.
Alex, I might have one proposed amendment, which is
Okay. Thank you.
removing that sentence about surveillance. So,
Oh, yeah. So we had consensus to delete the second sentence of. Okay, so what do we do with the first sentence of that paragraph then? Because if you delete the second sentence,
yeah, it'll be a bit naked on its own. Maybe we could combine it with another paragraph.
maybe we can just delete the bit about surveillance capabilities.
Yep. Yeah. Sure.
By offering navigation services and reworking that rather than deleting it. Otherwise,
And
you might as well get rid of the
offering
entire
navigation
paragraph.
services and encrypted communications or encrypted secure communications. Don't even have to specifically mention military. I mean, having encrypted civilian communications is in of itself a good thing as well, and it's about time more governments realise that.
Yeah. Yeah. Happy with that. Yeah.
Okay, so the proposed, so Liam proposes. So Liam proposes replacing that with, I'm just going to type in the chat.
Not having the potential surveillance capabilities part, offering navigation services.
Oh yeah.
Andrew does point out encryption should be end-to-end unless you really trust your middleman, and yeah, that is true. Perhaps to address the point Andrew made then, we should change that encrypted communications, given that it should be end-to-end, not reliant on the satellite, to secure communications, as in because this is communication via the satellite as opposed to being via, say, the undersea cables, which, as Melspec has already said, may be just as, if not more vulnerable to attack.
Yeah, okay. Neil Spec, do you agree to the
Yep.
amended version? Yep. So the amended version and cool. So that's our amended version, which and the author agrees to the amendment.
Can I suggest for the second last paragraph, maybe to allow us to expand this, we go like cognizant of the increasing impact on the environment from objects in orbit. Party Australia would also advocate that this program include commitments to remove existing space debris as a function of new satellite insertions, and to explore new launch technologies with
and to explore new launch technologies with lower carbon pollution. Something like that.
I mean, I don't want to. I was trying to phrase it a bit more broadly.
Yep. And to explore new, less polluting launch technologies.
Yeah, that'd work.
Cool. So that's
and perhaps we also say that regulations are also to be in place such that satellites will naturally and safely deorbit.
Okay.
I mean, call me paranoid, but I just have the mental image of them deciding that, oh, well, we can have all of these satellites crash in outback Australia to make sure that no one can possibly get a hand on our technology when they crash.
Okay, so I'll type up the I'll put the existing and amended and proposed. In the chat.
Yeah, happy with that, Alex.
Thank you.
And thanks, Liam. Appreciate your contribution. Keep them coming.
Okay. So,
Miles always does tell me he wants me to do more policy work.
I have one very small copy edit. We don't need the Pirate Party Australia in the final paragraph.
Yeah.
So specifically, we're deleting the what is currently the sixth word of the final paragraph, just so it's more grammatical.
Yeah, all good, Alex. Do we want to delete the Australia stands at the forefront of innovation? I think Jeff sort of mentioned that. Might be a point of contention. It's not adding a lot of value anyway. We could say
I'm not say
in
that
the area
there's the potential to stand at the forefront.
Gosh, I pity anyone watching this live stream. You have our respect and our confusion. Comment from Andrew that if we build the satellites light enough and they're deorbiting from low Earth orbit, then they will pretty well burn up in the atmosphere, which would be ideal. Does anyone have specific proposals yet for that first paragraph about Mars had wording, but I didn't fully catch it?
What I was suggesting was Australia has the potential to stand at the forefront of global innovation.
Okay, so just changing it to which I think Jed could agree to that.
Surely.
Yeah, happy with that, guys. Maybe we need to add a by. So the next phrase in that sentence is recognizing the critical importance of securing blah blah blah. Should we say by recognizing the critical importance?
Oh yeah. I see where you're going with that. Cool. So consolidating that. Jed B firmly agrees to that change. Australia consistently wasting its potential has been one of my long-standing complaints about it, says Jed. Cool.
Yeah, happy with that change, guys. Looks good.
Alrighty, and it's about, and we're 10 minutes into our scheduled lunch, so I'm keen to get this
through.
Shall we
final call for comments then before we go to a vote.
I will start. I will start editing. Okay. So we had okay. So we had 3 sets of amendments, which am now adding to the wiki, and we also had the make it be a policy motion, which I will do momentarily. Yeah, I think that this should. I think that it's easier to leave this as a position statement, or to have this be a position statement. Because yeah, I don't see us running an election campaign on this. That's a really interesting test. Yeah. Okay.
I reckon I'd campaign on this.
Okay. In the absence of further text amendments, I'm gonna hit save changes there.
So, any final comments or suggestions for amendments?
God, I love using wikis.
Yeah, pretty great.
Yeah. If everyone agrees that it should be a position statement, then I'll alternative phrasing. Does anyone have an objection to it being a position statement? If not, then I'll start editing the motion. text as well. So
Streaming is on.
We've been joined by John B. How mysterious.
Yes, I'm finally able to see my own video in the thing, but I've changed from John A to John B.
Yes, I'm finally able to see my own video in the thing, but I've changed from John A to John B. Yes, I'm finally able to see my own video in the thing, but I've changed from John A to John B. Yes,
I've muted John B because there's some sort of recursion there.
So what you're saying is you've muted John B because you think there's some sort of recursion there.
Yes, I've muted John B because I think there's some sort of recursion there.
Okay, but just to clarify, you think there's a better recursion?
Okay.
Okay, I think I've managed to finally mute the correct tab, but I was getting confused between Discord and YouTube. Anyway, there you go. I think I'm
Sure.
back in the scene.
Yes, definitely keep that Discord muted.
Yeah. Everyone's cool with it being a position statement?
Yep.
Yep.
Actually, oh, why? It's unique policy. What's the
Yeah, just hit
justification
save.
here?
Well, I'd suggest if you really wanted to be policy, you want to think about whether it's going to fit into an existing category or it's going to be its entirely self-contained category. I suppose communication or technology, something like that, if you really want to do that.
Yeah, so the existing motion is to adopt it. We have to change the existing motion because the existing motion says do it either as a full policy in the infrastructure category or as a position statement. I thought we'd all agreed to make it a position statement, but if not, we could.
I thought about it, and it just makes sense to me under infrastructure.
Okay.
Like this is a whole new thing. This isn't going across various policies. It's not temporary or specific or targeted.
Okay. Shall we chuck that to a vote then?
Yep.
Okay. Hang on. This isn't an I&A vote. This is please respond with either position statement or infrastructure.
You want to put the wording?
Yeah.
I mean, I'm a bit more ambivalent about if it should be a position statement or policy. If, like, it's kind of like Milspec said, if the litmus test is whether we campaign for it in an election, I imagine we probably wouldn't, and if we did, we wouldn't be doing so in the current electoral climate, where people are focused very much on day-to-day cost of living issues rather than something like this, which they would view as being big pie-in-the-sky investments that won't pay off for a very long time. That doesn't mean we wouldn't do it if we somehow had the power to push for it,
Yes.
but
Yeah.
it's probably not the issue that would be at the forefront of an electoral campaign. That would be more about making sure that we address societal inequality and get people actually able to afford to live in their homes and eat.
Well, I think the thing is, a lot of our policies are there, and I think we'd certainly never turn our backs on them. But in an election campaign, we're going to focus on some elements of our policy. I mean, for the sakes of argument, we might not actively focus on 60% of our policy, but if people ask about it, we'd certainly make comments. So that's the
Sure.
balance. I can't imagine our policy package is too big to just run around and thump everyone over the head with. It doesn't work. You know?
Yeah.
All right.
I mean, I guess the point I'd be making there is that if it's explicitly in the policy, then there's an opportunity for people to hang it as a millstone around our heads and pretend that we're going to be like wasting a lot of money on all these things when these other things should be the priority. Whereas if it's a position statement, we can say it's a more aspirational thing that we would like to do, but we recognize that the economic conditions aren't there at this point in time or something.
Shouldn't hang on a second, Alex. Shouldn't we can make this an aye or nay? Like as presented, it's already a policy motion. So there'll be a vote to change it to a position statement, and that will be aye or nay vote.
Well, the original text was. Actually, I should really.
Oh, well, what the heck? People can figure it out.
And it makes it very clear which people, like for the purpose of clarity, it makes it very clear which people are voting for. I could see people getting confused on a straight aye or nay here.
Andrew.
A statement that relates to a specific policy area.
Andrew, I'm going to have to count you as informal.
I'm just reading our infrastructure section of our policy platform, and it does talk a lot about opposing private sector ownership of natural monopolies, including telecommunications networks, power grids, air or seaports. So, this highlights how this policy can sort of
it certainly
ideologically fit in with what we have originally as well. So
it's certainly consistent with our existing policy, which is exactly what you'd want it to be. I just think it's a really specific niche topic. And anyway. What? And I think for the first time in hang on, let me turn down the slow mode.
We can probably close the vote now.
Hang on, and Andrew's got some things to type. I've turned the slow mode down to like
Okay.
5 seconds.
So that's a statement then, Andrew.
Perhaps we should consider, and well, Andrew has clarified that I guess it's a statement, so that should be a formal vote. But for me, I think it crosses over into international aspirations. But anyway, I guess that's a category issue. Other people can focus on it.
Okay, well, I think that's concluded. I will undo my undo.
I think we're 25 minutes over when we were meant to start
Oh,
for
geez, yes.
lunch.
We would run over anyway.
Okay, so I will I'll post the diff for reference between the latest version and the version as of when we the Taiwan changes. Cool. So now the only thing to do is to commend it to the membership for adoption.
Okay. Who wants to put the motion for that one? Okay, I'll do it. It's your votes in chat.
Give it a little longer. Okay, doesn't seem to be any more votes, so motion passes. Now, the next order of business is lunch. We are a little bit over, so we'll maintain the duration but come back afterwards. They are scheduled for we've got an hour scheduled for lunch, and afterwards there's a bunch of mostly discussion-focused items. So the 4 items are to start to talk about policy harmonization, so identify any areas you want to defer to Fusion on. Then we also want to identify any missing policies from our platform, which we think we should focus work on, identify any areas that need updating, and then at the end, if there's any controversial items we want to revisit from previous National Congress or Congresses. So I'm going to place a motion to break for lunch. Place your votes in chat, please. Nice to see near universal support there. Very happy. Glad this is an uncontroversial motion. Okay, I'm going to close that and declare that motion passed. And I'll see you guys in an hour's time.
checking to see if the thing I attempted to do is fixed itself. Yeah, okay. Yeah, so the white. Okay. Mics are hot. So context for everyone watching right now, the lovely whiteboard that you can see on the YouTube screen won't go away. So we'll be back in a moment with our backup meeting room, which does not have this issue. Thanks for your patience.
What do you mean backup meeting?
And we're back.
Hello.
Alrighty, we are live. This one even has a bit of a splash screen.
So we're live. Wait for a couple people to come back.
And we're resuming at 1337 AUDT. What are the better numbers?
Okay, welcome back. So the next agenda item is just for policy discussion for the rest of the afternoon. Also, I'm interested in ending early, but we'll see how we go. Now, the first item for policy discussion is identify policies we should defer to Fusion on. I've linked in chat the Fusion policy platform as well as the Pirate policy platform. And the thing which jumps out to me, the thing which is often discussed is the Pirate platform for environment. It can probably defer to Fusion for the climate emergency and environment sections. Does anyone have any thoughts they want to throw in for this one?
I'm broadly inclined to agree on that, though I probably want to, on general principles of, we are not the environment-focused party within Fusion, and also that policy is, has not had a substantial update in a while, though I believe Tyrone did some work on that. Just have a look at, yeah. So, for example, we made a small number of changes to it over the years, but the bulk of it dates back to probably the middle of the 2010s, sort of 20.
I think I remember when it was when we brought it in.
So we could potentially consider a mechanism to defer to Fusion on that. I'm not proposing that we make any. We're not set up to make any formal motions on that today, but this is now working meeting to identify things like that.
John is asking if we're currently streaming on YouTube. The answer is yes.
I'm pleased to report that we are live. Yes. Yeah. So one way that we could structure that is to say, hey, we broadly defer to Fusion on this policy with the addition of blah, 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 or with the exception of blah, blah, blah.
My instinct has always been to say that anyway, but that our policy should remain not just for a record keeping or archival purposes, but also to indicate the what our differentiator is within Fusion, not just in the subject matter expert areas, copyright, privacy, and so on, but also to identify any sort of differentiators or points of subtle difference and nuance in, for example, other policy areas, which we might share with other parties within Fusion, and so in that way contribute more to the sort of ideological diversity within Fusion and encourage that. And then obviously we would we'd be advocating within Fusion for the pirate policy to, broadly speaking, move towards it where there are differences.
Okay.
Don't have any more thoughts around fusion policy. Comment from Jed. The fusion policy and climate has been excessive, with points like 800% renewable energy production despite Australia's isolated geographic location. And then John, that 800% was about exports that would otherwise be carbon associated. Yes, I've read the modeling on this one, and there's 2 points. One of which is that a lot of our economy is based on coal and gas exports. So displacing those would maintain economic competitiveness or maintain economic performance. I'm not convinced the economics for that work out, but that's a policy which a lot of people are advocating for outside of Fusion and Pirates. The other point is that 800% renewable production is actually, you actually need that amount of generation capacity in order to maintain a minimum, in order to meet electric demand. The modeling for the Net Zero Australia report put it at the figure I remember is 40 times the current generation capacity of the national electricity market by 2050 and that needs to be in renewables in order to meet the current demand, the growth in demand, but also to displace high GHG exports. Comment from John. We notionally have a more nuclear-friendly policy, but equally, I'm not sure that it's close to our core principles and should be run up the flagpole. I say that as someone mildly pro-nuclear myself. Anyone else have any comments or thoughts they want to throw in? Yeah, so as I said, I wouldn't want to. I think there's definitely some merit in discussing paring down, sort of streamlining our policy platform a bit, and looking over it now. The economic reform section looks comically oversized compared to everyone else, and for that we can mostly thank the hard work of Milspec in significantly expanding that section over the last couple of years.
Don't forget Jesse.
In terms of quantity, Jesse is not quite in the same ballpark as Milspec.
Jesse did lots of good work, emphasis on lots. Yeah, let's so there's I'd like to suggest that we don't really have a housing policy, and Fusion is currently working on that. So that would be a good one to look at adopting when that's done. Of course, we have to see how that impacts and intersects with our the other parts of our economic reform policy. Make sure that there aren't any god-awful clashes there.
Comment from Jed B in chat. Pirate Party Australia isn't the only party that has one or two comically oversized policies in their platform. I've often used that as a metric to see what parties are really concerned about. That's a good point. Yes. Just on topic of the Fusion Housing Affordability Working Group, they've been working at it for about a year, and they, I'm not at this stage. It doesn't. I'm not confident that there's going to be anything usable coming out of that in the near future. I've been advocating for them to, for the group to, for the working group to actually try and have a goal to work towards and some clear standards. But it seems like a large part of last year, maybe even most of last year, was actually spent trying to develop those policy development standards. So to me, it feels like a lot of the time spent on that group has been, that working group hasn't necessarily been efficiently spent. So I think what they need there is some kind of a policy manager, a product manager, or business or project manager. I think it's probably a better kind of skill set to describe it. Someone to go in and actually give very clear goals and deliverables to try and achieve, so that there can be some sort of useful output there.
Yeah, so Jed comments that housing affordability policy is a problem because it intersects multiple policy areas. Absolutely right, and several of them are more state level policy, and I'd add local level policy rather than federal. Yeah, absolutely right. I don't think stuff being state level rather than federal level has ever really slowed us down. We've got a bunch of policies which are really state level things. We have historically flagged them as being state level things, and we can and should do the same here, I suppose. But that's no reason not to. And a secondary comment from Jed, actually an earlier comment, but one which I'll minutes later. Jed notes that we aren't the only party which has one or two comically oversized policies in their platform. And Jed says that he's often used that as a metric to see what a party is really concerned about. Yeah, I think that's fair. Milspec comments that housing policy will depend on where people sit ideologically as well. The more left-leaning people in Pirates and within Fusion will be more into public housing. The more right-leaning people will be more into deregulation. Hopefully everyone will be into improving affordability. Let's have a think. Miles posted the Fusion policy list earlier. Hey, let's go. This isn't a Fusion level policy necessarily, but we could consider adopting, for example, a republic policy from Science or Secular.
Yep, I'd be in favor of that as one of the kind of missing policy areas.
Okay. And so some of these are, so we've talked about environment as sort of replace, and we've talked about another couple as missing, which feeds really nicely into the next section. of, what are we explicitly missing? I guess, are there any other overlap? Items which
the obvious one which spring out is the secular humanism policy. That wasn't necessarily brought in wholesale, but I think in a certain sense we can sort of respect the identity of the secular party to take the lead on that issue. I have worked with people, members of the secular party, for press releases and projects last year. Some of these policies do come more or less wholesale from the science party. So future focused and education for life is broadly from the science party policies. Nothing else really jumps out though. As I said, I'd be in favour of keeping. I was moderately in favour of keeping the Pirate Party platform wholesale. I mean, sure, making adjustments, I guess, but keeping it and then using it to advocate for change within Fusion, but also working as a differentiator within Fusion for us.
So the other thing, I guess, which I've just sort of realized we need is a comment on the platform page saying, hey, we are part of Fusion. These policies exist alongside Fusion, and candidates elected as part of Fusion get to follow the Fusion policies first. So there's sort of a note that we need to add to the platform. I think we can probably do that. I don't think that necessarily needs a policy motion. That's more just a statement of fact that the NC can sort out.
Yeah, true. So if there's no other, I guess this is sort of an ongoing item to discuss. But I don't think anyone has any sort of strong advocacy or suggestions here. Would it be fair for us to actually, no, I think judging from comments, I think it is fair to say that most of us do want to maintain a separate platform.
Oh yeah, not.
I think that can be sort of taken as read.
Not proposing, to jettison almost all the platform here. I guess we can also say, that when we don't have a position on something, you can take the Fusion position and then the status quo as to be our position. Oh, excellent. We've reinvented cascades. If we specify it, then this is our position. If we don't specify it, then maybe Fusion has a position on it. And if Fusion doesn't specify it, then I guess we're cool with the status quo.
I wouldn't explicitly say okay with the status quo, but definitely pointing out that we do when we campaign, we'll campaign on the Fusion Party policies.
Yeah. Yeah, so we advocate for these policies. Where these policies differ to Fusion policies, we advocate for our policies within Fusion, but candidate selected will, as Fusion will follow. Yeah, that's all something that we can sort out. As just an NC motion, I think. Okay. Wow.
I think
Now that
we've
we've
probably
done all
exhausted
that,
this. Yeah, we've probably exhausted this topic.
Yeah. What are we?
So missing policies. I'm sure everyone will love this one. I think John, you want to say something about this? You booked your spot to speak.
Okay, well, let's hopefully I'll only talk for two or 3 minutes, but I just want to introduce this set of things generally. Now, as far as missing policy goes, well, maybe nuclear, but we can just ignore that. But another thing that did happen at the National Congress was we were talking about same-sex marriage policy and what to do about that. And at the time, I wasn't so much against doing anything, but it did seem like things were rushed, as they say. But certainly, if we take it more slowly, maybe we could either delete the marriage policy or rehash it or something like that. And a few other things that were contentious. One was like sugar and whether, basically the degree to which people should be able to commit acts of self-harm and the degree to which we should put tax in as like a disincentive for that. Because I suppose, broadly speaking, I don't particularly like smoking, but I do support the right to smoke if you're not affecting others. And I think that sort of balance has been part of pirate policy for a while. And then there was a contentious thing when we were trying to change the laws around things, and tax on fertilizer, I think, was one of the things. And then there was just the general package of economic ideas that Milspec came up with, which I know there was a lot of thrashing around with. And maybe we could revisit that and say, well, maybe with a bit of effort, maybe we could in fact put this policy thing in if it was taken slowly or something like that. But I can't really think of too many things. Oh yes, missing thing, an important missing thing would be a policy or a position statement on AI. I don't know if that has actually been bubbling in like NC things. I think there has been some discussion of it in the policy dev committee in Discord. But I suppose new policy, something on AI, sort of withdrawn policy, maybe same-sex marriage, and a few little fiddles that we can make, or maybe revisit some issues. One issue is, personal freedom to do acts of self-harm versus taxes and the economy running to encourage those acts of self-harm. But yeah, I'll shut up now and say, look, we can open up for general discussion. And I would also say, if someone wants to say something, for 2 or 3 minutes, I would recommend maybe it's worth getting them onto Jitsi to sort of say something. But there you are. I've even got my camera going, but I'll shut up now.
Yeah, that's a really good point, John. Some sort of statement around AI, and especially how that the intersection of AI and copyright has been a very, very live issue. And we haven't really had much on that publicly. So yeah, that's definitely something to start thinking about, and perhaps we can look internationally on that.
Just regarding AI, the monthly member meeting for Fusion, which is coming up, the topic will be on AI. The date for that one is the 7th, which is next Wednesday. I've actually put my hand up to organize the content for that one. So for anyone who is interested in helping to speak or present or prepare content, get in touch with me. I've done a couple of courses on machine learning now, and there's more. There's another one I've signed up for as well. It's starting in March. So this is an area I'm intensely interested in, and I'm doing a lot of skilling up in as well. And it's something I've been pushing for a while as well, rather than endlessly waiting for the housing affordability policy in Fusion to eventually appear. It's been waiting about 12 months now, over 12 months. AI is something that is current and relevant and important, and we have the opportunity to I mean, not to say that housing affordability isn't relevant, current, or important, but just that it's been an issue for a while, whereas AI is an emerging issue, and it's one which you have the capability to actually be a forerunner in the Australian policy space. So I think it's pretty important for us to get the jump on it.
Yeah, Miles, give me a date and a time, and I'll see if I can adjust my schedule for that one, because this is something I've got some relevant expertise on, and it's one that,
next Wednesday at 6 p.m.
Wednesday at 6 p.m. Yeah, I can do that. Okay, well, that's 6 p.m.
Brisbane time.
6 p.m. Brisbane. Okay, I'll clear the calendar for that time. Just give me a reminder on the day so I don't forget.
It should be all over social media and a few other places.
No, I don't check social media much anymore. Better for my
there
mental
also would
health.
have been a party notice about it as well.
Yeah.
Or there will be soon, if there hasn't been already.
Housing policy should be more important for looking policies shoved in front of the general population at election time. I mean, housing policy is one that Fusion as a whole, because it is so important, needs to take leadership on. And even if we discuss it within Pirates, then there needs to be a broader Fusion policy that we're likely going to end up deferring to once that's firmly set, because it is going to be such a core part of how we would have to campaign in the coming election. AI policy, meanwhile, is one where the other parties are not going to, well, maybe science might have some relevant expertise, but I expect Fusion, Pirates within Fusion will have much more expertise and be able to comment on this, particularly in terms of the overlap with copyright issues. I mean, that's something where we have a lot more expertise than the other parties in the.
There's a variety of angles to AI, and a lot of people are commenting concerned about copyright. But I think from our perspective, yeah, we'd probably have some unique insights there.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is one of these cases where it does encourage us to be introspective as well about some of our copyright positions, because one of the worst case scenarios were always that we want copyright positions that will enable smaller creators rather than essentially letting an oligopoly of media companies control media. And the problem we're seeing right now with AI is that we're potentially getting to a situation where this isn't going to advantage small time creators, but rather it's allowing the big organizations to use effectively the content of smaller creators without paying for it, when it would still be under copyright, even with us wanting the copyright terms reduced and so forth. And that would be a net negative to creative output. That's not that's counterintuitive to Pirate Ideals IMO. It's definitely a very thorny issue, and it creates some unique challenges that we need to consider, and which will probably feed back into our overall copyright policies.
Yeah, agreed.
Yeah.
There's a lot more aspects to AI safety as well. To briefly cover some of the ones I'm concerned about from a pirate perspective: surveillance and data gathering. There's enormous potential for automated systems. So we talked a lot in the past about automated policing, which tends to have all kinds of racial and sociological biases, which introduces huge issues. And we can also look at authoritarian regimes making use of AI to automate surveillance, things like facial recognition and tracking, and how that can have enormous civil rights, human rights implications. There's also risks, and that risk sort of applies very generally with intelligence systems across a wide variety of areas, private sector as well. For example, insurance is potentially a big area, but also things like background checks and pre-checks and clearance, job applications, rental applications, car applications, licenses. Who knows?
Yeah.
There's also the moonshot risk of runaway super intelligent AI, which is malicious or at least misaligned with human interests, and that's an extremely detailed and niche topic as well. There's a lot of aspects to that which are fascinating from a technical perspective, and so I mean to give an example, there's been breakthroughs in theory of mind and modeling for how modeling and ideas and testing for how we can actually explore consciousness and awareness. And so that's been incredibly exciting to see that happening. But then at the same time, there's enormous ethical considerations arising out of this. For example, if we develop AI that is sentient, then what does that imply about our ethical responsibilities towards it, and our relationship with it, and whether we actually even do have any kind of ethical considerations towards how we should approach development of AI. So these are all conversations which aren't being had, but do need to be had, and which we could potentially have a significant guiding hand on.
Automated weapon systems as well, particularly with some AI companies having recently rewritten their policies to allow military use. Definitely some concerning uses there. And it was raised in the chat that it's like it kind of depends how we're defining AI. It's like there's machine learning and use of algorithms might not really belong under that banner, but they're certainly getting treated under that banner in just like everyday usage of the term, which does make things very confusing. And I mean, realistically, a lot of what is being called AI at the moment is not actual AI. I mean, it's artificial, but it's certainly not intelligent. In the sense of being sapient, but yeah, I mean, particularly on like the moonshot chance of sentient AI, it's probably premature for us to explicitly have a policy on that, or rather, if that's something we want to think about, it's probably the last thing we think about after all the other AI stuff is resolved, just because it is such a deep rabbit hole to go down, and it's probably not going to be directly relevant yet. And well, if it is directly relevant immediately, then probably that's happening too soon for us to make much of a difference.
So the topic, the topic of discussion here is missing policies from our platform, areas which we'd like to consider. There's a lot of I feel like there's a lot of room to expand our foreign policy. We've in the Foreign International Relations Committee, we've talked a little bit in the past about a regional Asia Pacific Pirate Forum as a way to promote greater cooperation and activity in the immediate area outside of Australia among the pirate movement, and that has big implications for our foreign policy as well. Also, bearing in mind we have just recently expanded that section, that section of our policy. but even things like having more regular comment as position statements and press releases on international issues. I think there's a very fertile ground to promote and develop ourselves as an international movement, as a very internationalist movement as well, promoting greater cooperation and collaboration between nations where we can.
I'm not going to have the time to write something explicitly on Ukraine, John, but
You're certainly happy to tell other people to do stuff, Liam.
Yeah, me too.
I mean, yeah,
John, get to it.
I mean, I do agree we have it.
This is really important. Someone should do something about it.
Hang on, I'm someone. Damn.
Yeah.
Anyway, Liam, yeah, I'm still a bit sore about the last comment you made. Okay, but I'll try to shut up now.
Speaking of policies, we don't have an explicit industry policy, do we? We talk
industry,
a bit about.
What do you mean?
In terms of like, if the main areas that people are concerned with at the moment are essentially housing, jobs, cost of living, we do have stuff on housing. We do have stuff on cost of living through like having UBI and so on and so forth. We don't have something explicitly addressing the job side of thing quite as strongly, except maybe through like talking about public infrastructure projects. I guess we could also more explicitly talk about cost of living pressures and so forth in talking about like having more measures to combat inflation beyond just the Reserve Bank throwing interest rates up, which ends up harming the actual people who need to be helped.
It kind of falls under the economic policy, doesn't it?
I mean, so we've got the economic reform stuff. A lot of that's about, it does address a lot of the cost of living stuff, yes. But do we have industry policies in terms of saying, like, identifying a bunch of specific industries that we want to push and encourage, which may involve subsidies, as well as, removing subsidies from certain industries that are way too profitable and don't need it, and trying to encourage growth in certain industry sectors. I mean, we've been talking about like the education side. We need to educate people for certain things, but what about actually encouraging the development of ideally local Australian owned and operated businesses, not just foreign investment, in the creation of like certain capacities? I mean, I guess we kind of touched on that earlier in terms of if we're going to have that sort of satellite policy, we would need to presumably expand our launch capacity here in Australia, which would mean supporting more of that industry being located here. But I mean, that's possibly more of a government agency rather than a private sector. But what about private sector industries that we would want to actually encourage the growth of?
That kind of stuff is spread throughout the platform to encourage specific industries. So, for example, our copyright, cultural and creative works is, in theory, direct stimulus and subsidies for the creative industries. But then we can also look at our climate change policy as is, also promotes manufacturing and development of the energy sector. The economic sector obviously has some, I believe there's some stuff in there about regulation and addressing, I remember this policy, addressing negative externalities through targeted taxation. That was a whole thing.
Would it be appropriate then, if we have all this stuff elsewhere, to have this stuff collated into an explicit
That's exactly the job of a policy statement.
for, I mean, would it be, I guess, is it a statement as a part of the actual
it's the original
policy
intended
platform?
job of a policy statement.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not a bad idea. It's potentially slightly redundant, but it could be useful for people who are browsing our platform.
Yeah, I feel like this is, it's really about how we're positioning and presenting the existing policies, I suppose, and how different audiences are likely to interpret that information in different ways depending on how we present it. And having an explicit statement on industry that you can push at certain audiences who, let's call them, well, probably the more centrist groups who may be, or the more teal groups who might be attracted to certain parts of our policy platform. That sort of presentation would probably appeal more to them than, say, the more libertarian left groups.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, so I think there's probably two ways. Yeah, so I think there might be two ways we could approach it. We could generalize the taxes on negative externalities part to also cover positive externalities and have subsidies tied in with those. So if we identify, I don't know, say education as a positive externality on our society, and we identify that we want to subsidize that, then it could be like a subsection within that externalities section, along with any other positive externalities as well. I guess that's one approach, and another approach would be to have that within the topic. So, for example, we have a section on education. We could have something about subsidizing education in that section, or if it's like a subsidy on, say, green hydrogen, for example, then maybe we could have that under the environmental section. So, you could sort of split it out into the topics, or you could keep it as a like externality section, I guess. What are your thoughts, Liam? Does that make sense?
Yeah, I think that's reasonable. I should say, from the parts I caught, I went out to grab a drink quickly and I didn't quite hear everything there.
Okay, I was just saying there's sort of two approaches. One is you could put the subsidies in each sort of topic. So one, you can put, say, an education subsidy in the education section, or like a green hydrogen subsidy in the environmental section. But another approach might be to capture all these externalities and address it in an externalities section. So we've already got a section on negative externalities. You could easily generalize that and have taxes on negative externalities and subsidies on positive externalities, and make that a more generalized section.
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm getting at. I don't know if I'd call it externalities, just because I think the average voter might have no idea what we're getting at. But,
sure. Yeah.
Yes, something like that. That's essentially a summary of a lot of this economic policy that can be shoved at the people who are going to ask, like, what's your jobs policy? What's your industry policy? Because, I mean, yeah, it does seem we've got a lot of this stuff, but we don't have it all in one nice, easy place for people who are explicitly looking for that sort of thing to find. And the less they have to go hunting for it, the better.
Yeah, true.
So once again, the topic here is policies that might be missing from our platform. So I'll open it up again for anyone to have comment about things that they think we could probably be working on or should be working on. I'd like to also sort of throw this out to the from a Fusion perspective as well. Is there things that we think are missing from the Fusion policy, and either that we can bring across into the Pirates, or that is coincidentally also missing from the Pirates, and so is something that's relevant there. And I just note a comment in chat from Jed B. I'd suggest the truly dangerous part of an authoritarian regime with mass surveillance is actually the mass surveillance part. Likewise, the truly dangerous part of a malicious, super intelligent AI with access to mass surveillance is the mass surveillance part. If you get rid of the stuff like mass surveillance and excessive Internet of Things networking, then you solve many issues in a way consistent with upholding civil rights. That's very neat and nice and convenient, Jed, and I agree. I think I broadly agree. So on the topic of Fusion, do people think there's potentially stuff missing from the Fusion platform which we should be thinking about? Okay, it's like no comment from Jed B. Something that seems missing from policy is anything to do with right to repair. I thought we had a big thing about this a few years ago. Repair turns up nothing in our platform. So yes, that is a big oversight.
I think right to repair is a position statement one.
Oh, it is? Okay.
Yep, we've got a whole position statement on it.
Nice.
Yeah, okay. Then agreed. That really does need to go into the platform. Then it's something that, I mean, not that I necessarily ever expect us to get a lot of votes out in regional and rural areas, but right to repair is one thing that we that is a huge advantage for us with like farmers and those sorts of communities compared to all of the parties that purport to support those people.
Yeah. So we think that right to repair needs to be mentioned in the main policy, just so it like just control F's better. Basically.
Yeah. People go looking for obscure policy things in our wiki. They might go to the platform page, but it's unlikely they'll even get that far.
Yeah. Okay. So that's a to-do then. Figure out so that could go. Yeah, the reason it's a position statement is because we saw it at the time as being half rights and half IP. So
I don't fully agree with that, because you can apply the same rationale to copyright, that we have a right to access to information and knowledge.
I would like to suggest something that's not an addition to a policy, but rather an alteration.
Yeah, we've got a whole agenda item for needed updates.
Yeah, I mean it's really a merger, but like right now 6.2 in the platform is transitioned to a flat income tax system, and I think that actually needs to be put under 6.1 as a sub point, because some of the media coverage we got about pirate policies in the last few elections have focused on the income tax side and
not the
use that to paint us in a negative fashion,
Mm.
completely missing the whole point that that's only meant to happen with the citizens' dividend. And I think incorporating that under there makes it a bit more clear that like that's part of an overall system, not a something else that we would do. Because it makes no
Yeah.
sense to happen without the rest of the stuff happening.
Yeah, that's right.
So to emphasize the causality and the order and stuff.
Yeah, I mean, like even just moving 6.2 to 6.1.5.
Yeah. Yeah, okay. That's it's going to be the easiest policy motion that we do in all of July. Okay, cool. So that I've minuted that under the needed update section. What else are we missing? Like, obviously, there's lots of stuff that you could argue that we're missing, but
Alex, one thing that I noticed, it's not necessarily policy per se, but we've got a page, our old page of the negative income tax is still like up there. I was wondering if we could either update that or like redirect that to the.
where is it? Can you send me the link? Like we keep the old stuff up there. Is it marked as old?
I'll have a look. Just yeah, give me 5.
Yeah, because we mark stuff as being we keep the old stuff and mark it as out of date. That's fine. The summary page on the policies summary page still says basic income. Oh, you're thinking about the yeah, that one, right? Yeah, cool. You know what I'll do? Thanks for that. I'll actually just hide that page for a while.
No worries. There's a link to it on the front page as well. So
yeah,
one of
okay,
the
gotcha.
But there's two. Okay, looking back on what JB said earlier, talking about like things to campaign an election on: housing costs, transport, housing costs, UBI, housing costs, climate, housing costs, civil rights, housing costs. I did just do a quick search for housing, and there's a few things we don't mention in the platform on housing which might go down well. First of which would be a tax on homes that are left unoccupied for an extended period. So we have a problem in some areas with long-term empty livable homes that are being left empty for what tax purposes essentially, that we need to make there be no incentive whatever to leave a house empty. We might want to consider something such as frankly punitive taxes on things such as Airbnb, given how many houses have been effectively taken off the market because they are being used for short stay accommodation. And I mean, honestly, we need to consider if that's even an industry that's in the national interest to exist, or like under what circumstances should people be able to do that. And frankly, these companies or individuals who own dozens of houses doing that is just horrible. And like, if you're going to own 50 houses, at least make them proper rentals rather than short-term stays. And on that note, a very extreme position that perhaps could actually be worth discussion. Does there need to be a cap on housing allowed to be owned by an individual or a company? As in, at what point do you own too many houses and this is not in the not in the national interest, that those houses should be more distributed? Because when we have that kind of market concentration of housing, it does lead to higher rentals. And even if we had the same amount of houses being rented, but there were more smaller landlords, you'd probably see more competition in rental prices.
There's mixed evidence for that. As a, you see like in Berlin, they have a lot of very large, I guess you call them institutional landlords. And
they also have very strong rental controls.
They also have, yeah.
Which we don't, which admittedly is another potential policy blank.
Which is definitely something that renters' rights is something that we're missing, yeah. The thing about institutional landlords, right, is that they are often more chill than people who are landlords for exactly one house. And you can often get better conditions out of institutional landlords than you can get out of single investment property landlords, because they're more diversified. If you own one property as a landlord, right, that's your that's some amount of your retirement nest egg, and you are going to get really persnickety if someone, say, wants to have a pet. If you're an institutional landlord and you own 50 properties and one of them wants a pet, like whatever. If 10 of them wants a pet, like whatever, your risk is a lot more diversified. So there's I think arguments both ways on.
I think what you mentioned there
there
with renters' rights is how you mitigate against that to some extent. Because the flip side is like, something like a pet is something. Well, these days in many states they're legally not allowed to stop you doing that anyway. But in terms of how much care will the owner actively show towards the property, in terms of making sure it's well kept, doing repairs and so forth. And I've always had, when I was renting, thank goodness I'm not anymore, I always had much better luck with the individual landlord who I knew rather than the institutionals who would only do something in the event that it was crashing down around them. I think the renters' rights issue basically becomes making sure those are exceptionally clear and firm. Unfortunately, many of those are going to be more state level rather than federal level policies, but I imagine you could. You put it in the policy platform anyway, and then when people bitch about why you can't implement it, it's like, well, we're doing what we can within the limits of what we can at the federal level.
Yeah, I guess my argument is that larger institutional landlords are probably lower variance. You're probably going to get the best landlord you're ever going to have is probably a guy who owns one house. The worst landlord you're ever going to get is probably going to be the guy who owns one house. Anyway,
that's probably a fair statement.
Comment from Jed: zoning reform would have a bigger effect on housing prices than landlord ownership limits, since zoning improvements would actually increase the supply. But this is something that's really state level and currently even delegated to local level. Strong agree. For more on this, see all the YIMBY organizations that have sprung up recently. Conflict of interest, I'm in one of them. But yeah, there's a lot of
I think
items
there's
there.
also some there's some societal and even cultural impacts of the type of housing that we have available as well. Like, we do need a lot more high density housing, but at the same time, if everywhere only has 2 bedrooms, then you're very much stopping families from having more kids, because there's only so many people you can comfortably fit in a household in a small property. And a lot of the apartments that do get built are very much small 2-bedroom places.
Yeah, for sure. Conversely, if there's if there's no apartments at all, then you can't afford to live anywhere close to the city anyway, and you're probably still not having a family.
Well, that too. Well, and I mean, on that point, like, you have the old generations who get concerned about, oh, people aren't having kids anymore, or they're waiting until they're much older. It's like, yeah, because have you seen how expensive it is now to have a kid? And the fact that to get a place where you could stay with a kid means you have to go out to basically the very edge of town to find a place that's affordable. I mean, if we wanted to appeal to some of the older electorate on bringing things back to the good old days where people could live with their families, it's like housing affordability is actually a huge thing towards that. But again, that's all about just how you're positioning the ideas.
Yeah. So there's we did a bunch of work, and I think this made its way into. I think some of this made its way into MilSpec's work, though I'm not sure all of it did. Around zoning. Though maybe that didn't. I'm not sure where that. I'm not sure where that ended up actually.
Yeah, I mean, MilSpec's quite right that like any one policy that's implemented, like these people will find ways to loophole. So it's always important to find multiple ways to get around things. I mean, like, property being owned under different names, there's only so far you can go with that unless you've got an absolutely gigantic family. But I mean, then you start to define it by like maximum amount of properties that can be owned by an individual household of particular size. You have the land tax. That, I mean, would you have a land tax that goes up the more properties you have? So a progressive land tax.
Yeah, I mean, like one way to do it is to have, some sort of, I guess, threshold, and I think this is effectively how it works in Queensland. We have like a $600,000 threshold or something for private ownership before you start incurring land tax. So that sort of gives some progressivity to it as well. If you're owning more or more expensive land, then your land tax bill is higher. And a land tax, functionally serves as a very much the same incentives as a vacancy tax as well. Not quite to the same degree, but it gives you an additional carrying cost, which says, hey, you really ought to be ready with that. It's less targeted, but also like it's
that's
everything that's targeted is distortionary.
It doesn't look like we've explicitly mentioned negative gearing at all in our policy platform and getting rid of that.
That might have been dropped in the last refresh then. We talk a lot about capital gains tax, which, but yeah, negative gearing is a whole extra thing.
So negative gearing is a pretty contentious one. Basically, what the tax system does is if you're making a loss for the property, it allows you to offset that loss against other revenue that you've got, like your salary, for example, or revenue from other income. And I think that is in line with how we tax businesses in general. So, you know, Woolworths or Coles don't pay tax on their revenue; they pay tax on their profit, which is revenue minus expenses. And I think that makes sense. To keep that there. But if we want to discourage speculation and these kinds of behaviors, we should be looking at land value tax and capital gain tax, and that's where I've put my emphasis in the economic policy that we put through last year. In terms of zoning, I did write a sort of a one-pager on how we could potentially update the zoning regulations to mitigate like NIMBYism, and I think that is something that we could really do to make housing more affordable. But just due to the size of the economics policy that we pushed through last year, I didn't include that in there. But it's definitely something that if you're looking at housing affordability, that would be a big piece to look at as well.
All right. It looks like discussion is starting to slow down a little bit. Without getting into a massive discussion on housing affordability, please let us have meetings for that and finalize that at the Fusion level. The other discussion item is to revisit any controversial items.
No, we had
needed
other
updates to bring up. So I'd like to move on to those and put a pause in the housing stuff at the moment. So does anyone want to identify any areas of our platform that need updates before we get on to controversial items
Yes.
for the East Congress?
So there's something which has been on my mind for a while. There's a very specific item somewhere about considering a declared value system for patent fees. I think we should consider changing the policy to stop saying do a feasibility study into it and just say let's do it, because I think it's a really neat. Basically, because I really think it's a really neat system. So this is for those who are looking frantically through the policy doc. This is under the patent section. So we have a paragraph talking about the benefits of a declared value system, and then we make the case for it, and then we say if we got in, we consider doing it. I think we should make the case for it, and then say if we get in, we'll do it. And I actually think that we would do well to expand that to all IP in general, not just to patents. But that's maybe a little bit too spicy for now. So what a declared value system is you say, hey, look, if someone, I own this bit of intellectual property. If someone pays me X amount of money, I will make it public domain. In exchange, I pay X amount of tax on the value that I say it is. So it's basically self-assessed land tax, but for intellectual property. So there's a nice little like you cut, I choose incentive balance on. If you set a really low value, then you can get bought out really cheaply. If you set a really high value, then you pay. Then it has a real carrying cost to you. So people are incentivized to set a somewhat honest value there. I actually personally think that we could apply that to all intellectual property, including our copyright policy as well. but I don't have a like really worked up proposal there yet. But I would definitely like to apply it to just go ahead and apply it to patents.
Well, I'm comfortable with going down that path. It's yeah, I suppose the thing is that I hope, Alex, you're up and down on the nuances and the economics and so on, because maybe we said it was a good idea before, and either it's a good idea or a bad idea. And if you say it's a good idea, then you should have the arguments and the economics behind you. And
yes,
I recognise
I need to revise the actual studies on it, obviously.
Because remember, there was a guy out of Tasmania who was really good on intellectual property. We've had a few people who were really good on intellectual property in times past. I mean, I'm sort of carrying the can at the moment, but I'm also interested in foreign policy and a bucket load of other things as well. But yes, I'm certainly comfortable with going down that path, put it that way. But one question is how much freedom we have to amend the policy just out of the blue without any notice. I think if people are suggesting some minor typographical changes or categories like
basically
Liam did, fair enough. But I'm assuming we have some freedom to change the policy.
No, John. What this part is, we're identifying work for to be done in advance of July at this point.
Okay, fair enough. So identifying work, or we can even have a vote sort of, or a motion recommending something to the national next Congress.
We don't even need a vote for it. It can just be minuted as coming up as an item.
Yeah. Yeah. So Liam's flat tax update is something that we will do as a motion in July, and it will be the easiest motion that we do all day.
Okay. Well, I suppose what I would suggest is, look, I do get along to some of these Friday night drink sessions, and if we have them like an informal section and a formal session where, like, for maybe half an hour of that evening, we all gather together and talk serious shit about policy or something, and I guess try to cover ground, because I'm going to struggle to talk about these things generally, but have them as an adjunct to those Friday night drink sessions on Zoom. That might just work. So let me see. Look, I will ask around and see if I can motivate that. So I think that would be a good thing.
Excellent. Does anyone else want to identify any other areas of the platform that we potentially need to look into for improvements? Or updates?
There was a update I wanted to push for environment, but I don't know if I actually pushed it, and we might ditch that anyway. Which was about basically an anti-Brumby clause.
Anti-Brumby, kill all the Brumbies. Genocide the Brumbies.
Just specify that and specify that species that aren't actually native aren't eligible for protection. I don't think it's actually in there, but it's like the least important policy.
There's a book called Feral Future that Mark actually put me on to, so there you go.
Yeah, I think I wrote it and then it wasn't like quite cooked in time. Anyway, this is just like my top of my head things. But yeah, if we go off and start adopting Fusion's environment policy, then it's sort of superfluous anyway. I can just go and lobby for it at Fusion level. Don't mind me, I'm just typing.
Okay, so I think we've pretty much exhausted that topic. The final one is to revisit controversial items from previous congresses. I have zero desire to do that, but if anyone has any burning fights they want to resurrect, I know Simon had a few from last Congress. Simon is not present here. today?
Yeah. I think John had the marriage policy in mind. So the background here is that we had at the last Congress in July, we had an item to update the marriage policy, which sort of is necessary because the marriage policy, as it currently stands, was mostly written before the 2017 plebiscite and was mildly updated afterwards. I support. I had a big hand in the updates that we did in, I think, 2021. Yeah. So, yeah, Jed, I wanted to keep all of the controversial stuff to the end of the day. So I think we've succeeded in that. But yeah, so Simon proposed the last Congress proposed a much broader thing. So the context is that the existing party policy, which functionally dates from like 2013 or earlier, says everyone gets a civil union, and if you want to call it a marriage, you can. Which from a trying to make from a 2013 perspective was reasonable, but from a 2017 and onwards perspective, it's kind of been surpassed. So in order to stay ahead of the curve after 2017, we currently support polyamorous relationships, which is cool. And yeah, we still say, yep, you can have a civil union and you can call it a marriage if you like. So the proposal last year was to say, yep, screw it. You get a marriage, you get a marriage, you get a marriage, everyone's getting a marriage. As sort of the final, this is done to the particularly conservative people who don't think that should be called a marriage. But there was some issues with the way that policy was written, and we weren't all happy with it, so we punted. If anyone really wants to look at it, then it's of course there on the wiki. I'll paste a link in the chat in a bit. But yeah, that was sort of one of the big spicy ones that we wanted to do. So yeah, Simon's proposal was basically to make marriage less legalistic, but keep it as an option for people who wanted. Yeah, so Jed comments that an aspect which I don't think is addressed with current marriage policy is spousal privilege, which is a concept which doesn't really work for open-ended poly relationships. Yeah, we thought about that when we did it the last time. And we put a fair amount of ceremony on it. Yeah. But yeah, there's definitely some specific needs there, which probably require additional treatment because you go from one to many. So yeah, Simon's proposal was basically to reform as much of the Marriage Act as possible, as much of all of the spousal privilege stuff as possible to be just based on de facto, which is pretty reasonable, and then get as little as possible as actually falling under the purview of the Marriage Act, for people who really want the state to certify their marriage. Yeah, we didn't feel it was fully baked, and we punted on it. But yeah, that's a big controversial one. Other controversial things, as JB notes, we could talk about gun control or bike helmets or something. Those are always controversial. I'm going to request for everyone's sanity that we not talk about 18C.
About what?
I didn't say anything.
Yeah, right.
There
but
was
yeah,
a comment earlier here that didn't notice it had to be specified from previous Congress, and for controversial items I was all ready to suggest gun reform or bicycle helmets or something. Was that an actual new policy that you were planning to put in?
Well, I would say, during this meeting, we've had the opportunity to bring up new items to sort of recommend getting rid of things. And when I said controversial topics from old meetings, the sentiment was not so much controversial just because we want to start an argument, but before matters arising from past Congresses. That was the sense in which I was trying to develop it. Not that we just get into twisted arguments just because we want to be in arguments. But anyway, that was the sentiment. A follow-on, the sentiment being that it wasn't that bad a discussion, but we had to cut it short because we didn't have enough time in previous Congresses. Not that it was totally useless to revisit. Yeah, that was the sentiment I was striving for.
Oh, so you wanted to revisit previous complex topics, not previous controversial topics.
All right. Well, maybe complex is maybe the better sentiment, because as I said, with marriage, it wasn't that I was against changing marriage, but it was more we don't have time to work through this properly at this Congress. That was more the reason why I voted against it, not because I was against the idea of reforming our marriage policy. And I think there were perhaps a few things where the sentiment was not so much that it was just full of argument, but more we ran out of time. And there, I'll turn on my camera for a bit as well, now that I've got it going. Anyway.
All right. Well, so yeah, there's that. Milspec comments that our policy for a national science plan might be something that we could upload to Fusion, because it seems like something that our Science Party friends would be all over. They probably are. But yeah, that's good point. Good point, Milspec.
Now, I might revisit some of the things that I said earlier, that for me, there's an interesting intersection between the prerogative of the individual to do self-harm and, I guess, the prerogative of the state to try to put in taxes to try to stop people from harming themselves. And one thing that came up was a tax on sugar. And I think we resolved that by saying the tax would actually be on the corporations rather than the product, so that individuals could still consume this stuff, but there were still incentives in the economy to hopefully move us in a better direction. And I think there was also some controversial thing about a tax on fertilizer or something, but maybe the person originally proposing that is not around at the moment anyway. But for me, rather than saying they were contentious, I'll call them complex and interesting. But again, if no one really has any energy to talk about them, then I guess I don't really need to say anything more about them.
Yeah, so John, the fertilizer one was removed from the list, but to talk about sugar, the point isn't to punish bad behavior because we're trying to make people, behave good or punishing their choice. Basically, it's to target the negative externalities. So the idea is when people consume a lot of sugar, they increase their burden on the health system. And that's something that we all pay for, right? So it's sort of asking them to contribute for their increased impact to the health system. It's not sort of punishing them for their moral choices on what to consume.
Yeah, I think that was the conclusion we eventually ended up with. So, but I suppose for me, I get a little bit neurotically socialist in the sense that I'm happy for individuals to commit acts of self-harm, be that gambling or smoking or whatever. But I have concern when a large corporate entity is encouraging people to commit acts of self-harm and making a profit from it. So for me, that's a very important distinction. We celebrate the individual choice to commit acts of self-harm, but we don't celebrate a corporation's ability to profit from it. So for me, that's an important distinction. And I do have a broader sort of anti-pokey stance, in spite of the fact that I will play poker at pubs and clubs and play pinball machines and so on. So, I do have a nuanced view of gambling. But yeah, okay. But yeah, Milspec, that's a fair point. I don't know if we need to continue talking about this one. But also, Miles, I did have something to do with slogans, which I'd love to talk about only for 2 or 3 minutes if we have time.
Yeah, feel free to share them.
Okay. All right. Now, a lot of the people here were actually at the National Council meetings we had. But I was speaking to one of my friends in Melbourne who has actually handed out brochures for me, during elections. So he's not a member of the Pirate Party, but certainly a friend who has been willing to help. And when we got into the usual tussle of, you guys should really rename yourself to something other than Pirates. And I said, well, no, that's possible. But he did actually come up with an alternative of saying, well, maybe you should have some other slogans that more interestingly encapsulate what you guys are about. And our classic one has been freedom, democracy, science. But we both agreed, look, we need some more slogans we might be able to run with and get some traction with. And the things that I have thought of have been celebrating the individual, recognising community, and then a healthy economy without pandering to vested interests. And then you have challenging corporate internet totalitarianism. And then transparency, accountability, and support for whistleblowers, and then challenging the government corporate surveillance complex. So you can see I have also been talking to Alex that we need to post these things to social media like Twitter and Facebook and so on. And hopefully I will either get Alex to do that or Alex will give me the keys to these sites so I can do that. I think I may be able to access the Facebook site and post to Facebook independently. And maybe all I need are
you routinely post in first person to Facebook.
Yes, I'm naughty, aren't I?
Yes.
Okay, but yes, I suppose if I just have the raw material being the graphics with the pirate ship there, and I could just put blazon those things on it, I could actually post that independently to Facebook. Obviously, Twitter's more of a challenge. So I'm also saying lots of narky things to Twitter, and I encourage people to check out some of the narky comments I've been making, like the legal system doesn't just select for truth, but also the ability to lie effectively. So I've been making various cynical comments like that if you want to check out that. But I think I will shut up there. So thank you, Miles, for indulging me. But the broader thing is, at our national congresses, we do talk a bit about the future of the party and how we're going to promote the party and how we're going to move forward. I realise the focus of this meeting has been policy, and changes to policy, but I think it would be lovely to have a little bit of a space for, discussing of the future of the party and how we promote it and things like that, which I guess I've touched on now. But Miles, I will shut up now and pass things back to you.
Yeah.
Thanks, John.
We have a comment from Jed back on the sort of sugar-related things. So the comment is that a common aspect of many policies is to set up incentives so that the easiest and most convenient choice at the individual level is also a beneficial choice at the overall societal level. This concept covers all sorts of things from sugar to transport. Strong agree. And Jed continues, that being said, we should often remember that nanny state is just a more PR-friendly way of saying totalitarian. Yeah, that's fair, I think. John, if you could paste all of your slogans in chat for the benefits of the minutes, that would be cool too.
Okay, hang on, I will do that.
Yeah.
I think we're pretty much done.
Yeah.
Let's look to wrapping up. Does anyone have any final items they want to bring up?
So I mentioned earlier talking about potentially promoting certain industries. And kind of, I guess, connected to the idea of the satellite stuff. I mean, you talked about, I guess there was the idea of promoting space industries, but I wonder if we might consider broadening that to aerospace more generally. The fact is, Australia is an island. We need good air connections to other countries, and with what's happening with Boeing, we are potentially at a point where one company is, well, only one company, Airbus, is potentially going to be making reliable things. And frankly, it's a bit awkward from a national security standpoint for a country as isolated as ours to be reliant on other countries for what really should be a key industry. Maybe that's something we would want to actively seek to develop here. I don't know if that's a policy or if it's something just to, well, I guess it's not really a policy, it's something for further investigation. But I guess I'm looking for the kind of meat and potatoes kind of policies that we could point to, and when people say, what are you going to do to encourage jobs? And not just, I mean, obviously a lot of the jobs that we would be pushing for in general are going to be high-end jobs, but even something like, I don't know, bringing back car manufacturing in Australia and getting the manufacturing work going again in Australia as well. There's a lot of people in that, frankly, blue-collar kind of background who, especially when we start to see a reduction in fossil fuels, are going to be looking for work, and we need to be reskilling them into things, and they're probably going to be more comfortable with doing work that will have them working up a sweat than transitioning to something that's a bit more white collar service industry or whatever. And there's only so many jobs you can get servicing and installing solar panels.
Wait, Liam, let me sort of respond to that a little bit. Like, the bigger economic story that I've been telling, and some people have seen my draft speeches on this topic, which unfortunately I haven't really publicly posted to YouTube yet. Lots of things I want to do that I hope to eventually end up doing. But the broad sentiment is, we want our economy to do more real stuff and less speculative stuff. And as long as our wealth is absorbed in speculation, then people aren't doing real economic activity with real work and real jobs. I mean, and that's a slippery slope. We can say that telephone astrological services is not really real. Now, building actual needed houses for people who need them is real, but knocking down buildings that are perfectly good to replace them with slightly better buildings so that somebody makes a bigger profit on their investment, that's not so good. But certainly building useful things for people who genuinely need them is good economic activity, and speculation is bad economic activity. And we can actually talk to Mil-Spec about, land value taxation and that sort of thing. And the whole idea of that whole policy package is to repivot our economy away from speculative and useless economic activity into more productive economic activity that provides jobs for people. And in a sense, if the wealth is circulating through the real economy rather than speculation in property, then more real things are happening and there's more real jobs. And I'm just trying to articulate that off the cuff. And it is an abstract story to tell. I recognise there's more tangible stories to tell about these are the jobs we're going to create and these are the professions they will be in. But there is a big picture economic story you can tell. We're going to repivot the economy so it goes in a more productive direction and there's more jobs for good people who are working hard. So, but I'll stop there. You can ramble on for ages talking this economic stuff.
Yeah, you're not wrong there. I guess my concern is that for a lot of voters, what I believe will be better at persuading them is that thing that they can see as more tangible, that they either aren't interested in the higher level stuff or may not have the education and economic understanding to really grapple with that. And they're just like, well, okay, fine, you're telling us all this, but like, how's it going to help me specifically? Give me a value, give me these are the jobs that are going to be available to me.
Well, indulge me a little bit when I go on a tangent, because I mix being pro-Trump with challenging intellectual property. And I do this sometimes, and it weirds people out. But part of the reason why the people in the Rust Belt in the US voted for Trump was because those trade deals that they made meant that foreign countries respected the US intellectual property regime and could actually export goods to the US. And what that meant in the US was that you may well have had a growth in the economy, but you were taking wealth away from people who made stuff with their hands to people who owned ideas. And I think that the people in the Rust Belt might have had a bit of an intuitive understanding of that economic nuance. And of course, we can think of all these negative reasons to have voted for Trump, but that's one reason where they might have actually been thinking things through. And yeah, that's one area where abstract ideas do actually, you know, get down to the ground level, I guess you would say. And then, of course, with Brexit, I talk about the fact that the so-called economic growth in the UK is actually in the London financial district and not much sort of the further you go away from London. And while I'm not in favour of Brexit, if you just get neurotically paranoid about the Europeans, you know, that, you know, I don't know if you remember the sentiment, don't eat that, Deirdre, it's foreign. So that's a bad reason for Brexit. But if you're concerned about, you know, the economic growth in the London financial district at the expense of the rest of the UK, well, you can understand the frustration people might feel with these stories about economic growth. But anyway, Liam, yes, fair point.
I think that's a general concern a lot of people have, that we're constantly being told, oh, the economy's looking so good and GDP's going up and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, while at the same time their cost of living is going up and they are feeling like it is much more challenging for them. I think people have a recognition that the economy is not the same thing as their own personal economic situation, and that's the issue, that a lot of these people don't want to be talked at in terms of what's good for the economy, because to them they've already internalized the economy as this thing that works against them, and they want to hear about what's going to be the impact on me personally.
Well, Liam, I do encourage you to check out the Pirate YouTube page, where I think I did give a bit of a talk on housing values and GDP and so on. And who knows, maybe some of that content feeds your concerns. So I certainly have been working on...
I'm not saying this is a concern. I'm saying, like, how can we take that content and express it in the platform?
Okay, well, there's a broader sentiment. I know I've been talking to Mark Gibbons. I did encourage Mark Gibbons to turn up to this. But he does talk about the idea of inclusive economic growth as compared to just economic growth, broadly speaking. And he does say that to be sure, some of the things that we do well in Australia, relatively speaking, is we do talk about inclusive economic growth, while in the UK, they're not that much into it. You know, this sort of thing about, you know, personal happiness, personal wealth, you know, inclusive economic growth, that we're a bit better on that here in Australia than they are in the UK, and a lot of other nations have lost sight of that distinction. So, so yeah, that's a comment from Mark, and if only he were here, but never mind. But yeah, Mark does comment about inclusive economic growth as compared to just economic growth vaguely defined. And I think for a lot of us, we probably hear all these calculations that government policy will do X, it will smash these many jobs, it will wreck the economy, and then the next week you wake up and things don't seem any different. So there's a lot of propaganda stories that are told about the economic impacts of policy change, so and so. And I think people's it's sort of like the boy who cried wolf sort of thing by this stage. So yeah, but anyway, Liam, I'm mostly agreeing with you anyway. So there you go.
Yeah, there's a comment along similar lines from Jed. Instead of thinking about what's good for the economy, we should phrase and talk about what's good for the middle class.
Well,
No.
I mean, I wouldn't say just the middle class, but yeah, I mean,
Fundamentally correct, yeah.
yeah, like a lot of people. I mean, middle class is an interesting loaded term because there's a lot of people who are themselves not middle class, but who consider themselves to be middle class.
Yes.
While at the same time, what should be considered middle class has probably extended because of things like the housing affordability crisis and the fact that even households that are bringing back a combined 200K, I mean, that sounds insane to a lot of people, and it's like, well, that's surely got to be rich. But if you're thinking of like a family with, say, 2.3 kids living in inner Sydney with that income, then their disposable income after everything might not actually be all that much. And they're certainly still privileged, but they don't feel privileged, they don't feel rich, and so they would consider themselves middle class.
Well, I'll acknowledge that perceptions are an important thing here. Some people are just belly aching when really they've got it a lot better off than a lot of other people, and that's the difference, I guess, between the statistics around something and the lived experience and the perceived experience.
Yeah, I mean, there was an article, and I don't read The Australian, but I do see people posting from it. There was an article in The Australian whining about the Labor government's changes to the stage 3 tax cuts, and the example person, if I can find the toot.
Some very high income earner.
Yeah, they had here it is. Ms. Pitchett and her husband earn $220,000 each, with her family set to be more than $8,000 worse off under the planned changes to tax cuts. And like, this is the kind of people that the Murdoch media are presenting as middle class.
Yeah, it's the there's a very strong income wealth disparity when housing costs are this high.
Yeah, I mean, even
which you were
this
going on
thing,
about,
it's going it's going to put back our ability to buy a property. It halts all of our plans to progress for several years. To which I go, really? You have that much income and you don't have enough disposable income to eat a $8,000 tax hit?
Yeah.
Like,
JED expands to mean that both in the sense of benefiting those who are currently middle class, whatever that means, and enabling those who are currently by any standard poor to become middle class, again, for whatever the very loaded term middle class means.
I mean, like, I like using, like us, from a marketing standpoint, using the term middle class because it means we appeal to more groups who, like, they might not actually be middle class, but because they think they're middle class, they won't vote for us.
Yeah.
But yeah, definitely recognizing that yeah, there's a lot of people who think they are that aren't.
Because the thing is,
guess,
either we can try to pander to that, or we can try to correct the misperception. There you go.
Yeah. I mean, I guess it's accurate to say we want to expand the middle class.
Yeah.
And a big part of that is bringing people up so we have no one in poverty. And perhaps a little part of that is taking some of that wealth away from Gina Reinhardt and others similar.
Comment from Simon. Anyway, we should be spamming our UBI policy everywhere because it gives more money to the stage 3 tax cuts to everyone.
Yes.
We need to go on the offensive. Let's not even engage with stage 3 specifically. If we get rich people on board, that's okay. More support.
Stage 3's already passed. It's old news now. Just focus on the UBI.
Yeah. Not that
It
we call it a
supersedes
UBI
it all.
anymore, but that's
Agree.
Nice. Yeah, there's also some messaging that I need to put some bandwidth into around, people talk about, shifting marginal tax rates around or whatever. And, we've spent plenty of time and effort on this messaging before, but, the people who face the highest marginal tax rates of all are the people who are on job seeker.
Yeah,
of course, again, there's a difference between.
Expensive to be poor.
Of course, there's a difference between marginal rates and effective rates. People on job seeker, of course, have a very low and possibly undefined effective rate of taxation. When you look at the totals rather than the derivative. But yes, that's there's a difficult trade-off when you're designing a welfare system between how much support you can give to at the bottom end, how quickly it phases out, which is punitive, and then if you phase it out too slowly, then you're giving too much support for people at the high end, or at least in the middle end. You can only have 2 out of 3. Current job seeker chooses to stop giving support as fast as it possibly can. We choose to not screw people over by taking away a lot of money as soon as they start earning anything, which gives which results in a big poverty trap in the current job seeker. Okay.
I think we're
in furious agreement.
Stuff. Is it possibly time to consider winding up?
I think so.
I'm just going to search for one thing.
Yeah.
In our policy. Our policy platform does not mention minimum wage at all. I know that's less of a concern when you have a UBI.
Yeah, that was a deliberate choice, but you're right. It is a missing piece, because even under our broad eligibility standards for a basic income, there's still people who wouldn't be eligible for it, like international students.
And like some things, like let's be honest, a UBI is a package. A minimum wage is something you can implement while you're working towards fully implementing the package.
Okay.
I guess the question is, you need to change
show of
that.
hands about support for sunsetting the marriage policy for next time. Feel free to carry that onto Discord. In the meantime, I'd like to actually, before we do a motion to close, I actually had half a thought to schedule a policy development working group meeting. Probably the most convenient way to do that would actually be to hold it coincide on Friday night, and to chat policy and do some updates then. So I think I can unilaterally call that for my this Friday at 6 p.m. I'll make some notes and I'll put out the promotion for that. And as for everything else, I'll put a motion to close the meeting. Two votes in chat, please. Okay, I'm going to declare that passed. and Policy Congress 2024 is over. Thank you very much. I'll see everyone. Well, our next official thing has been National Congress in or around July, September period. But otherwise, I'll see everyone around, and I hope to see you guys on this Friday on Discord here to chat policy development. Let's bring the screen down, and I'll see you guys later.